Sa bawat kwento ng pag-unlad ay may mga institusyong nagsusulong nito. Institusyong nagbabahagi at tumutugon sa mga hamon ng panahon.
PCAARRD supports S&T Human Resource Development. Nagsusulong ito ng mga programa na naglalayong mapaunlad at mapayaman ang kakayahan ng mga researchers natin sa bansa at mga empleyadong katulad ko for better delivery of S&T products and services.
Sinusuportahan namin ang ating mga dalubhasa na kaisa natin upang umasenso ang ating bansa.
Tumutulong kami na maging makabuluhan ang mga teknolohiya upang magbigay ng karagdagang kabuhayan sa ating mga mamamayan.
Nagbibigay kami ng mga bagong kaalaman na teknolohiya na gagabay sa pagkalinga ng ating kalikasan at magpapaunlad sa kabuhayan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisda.
Isinusulong namin ang paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya bilang pagsagot sa mga hamon ng lipunan.
Kasama ninyo ang DOST PCAARRD sa pagpapaunlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, aquatica at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Sa gabay ng agham at teknolohiya, kami ay nakatuon sa pagpapataas ng produksyon ng pagkain, sa pagpapabuti ng kalidad ng pamumuhay lalo sa kanayunan, sa pag-aalaga at pagpapatatag ng ating kalikasan, at sa pagpapalakas ng kapasidad at pamamalakad sa pananaliksik at pag-unlad. Ang DOST PCAARRD ay nangunguna sa pagbibigay ng kakayanan sa pagsasaka, aquatica at pangisdaan, at panglikas na yaman upang makipagsabayan ng sektor sa pandaigdigang pamantayan.
Narito po ang DOST PCAARRD upang tulungan ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda at ang nasa sektor ng likas na yaman sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya. Isinasagawa ng DOST PCAARRD ang aming mga programa sa pamamagitan ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno, state universities and colleges at mga international partners. Ito ang DOST PCAARRD. Kami ang DOST PCAARRD.
Ako po si Alicia Vitalista, nakatira sa Barangay Telepacho, San Ildefonso, Bulacan. Ang aming pong pinagkakakitaan bago po mag-pandemic ay nag-aahenti po ako ng palay.
Ako po si Minda Jose from GK Tongtongin po. Ako po ay isang reflexology.
Ako po si Jezebel Marcos, taga Batong Malaki. 47 years old po. Ang trabaho ko po ay direct selling.
Napakalaki sir ang epekto ng ng COVID pandemya sa buhay ng Pilipino, hindi lang sa Pilipinas kundi sa buong bansa, buong mundo ay apektado. Nandiyan yung may mga pamilyang nagugutom. Kaya nung panahon ng lockdown, ako ay nagbigay ng mga ayuda sa iba kong mga kasamahan, mga tauhan. Tapos naisip ko yan na mag-alaga ng tilapia kahit pa paano meron silang makakain pang araw-araw.
Ikaw, tulad nila ang inspirasyon namin sa bawat kwentong agham at teknolohiya. Maging sino ka man, parte ka ng aming bayanihan tungo sa pagyabong ng sektor ng agrikultura, aquatica at pangisdaan at likas na yaman. Ilan lamang sila sa mga nabiyayaan na maging bahagi ng ilan sa mga proyekto ng DOST PCAARRD.
Okay lang po yung aming halaman na ipagpatuloy po namin, maibahagi namin sa aming mga kapwa ang pagtatanim ng halaman sa bakuran. Malaking tulong po yung halamang ibinigay po sa amin. Kaya salamat po ng napakarami sa kanilang lahat.
Natutuwa kami na sana, sabi naman nila kahit tapos na ang project nila, pwede pa namin silang kontakin na matulungan pa rin kami. So, malaking pasalamat namin sa project na ito.
Wala silang sawang tumulong sa amin sa lahat ng aming pangangailangan sa buhay para makaraos kami sa pang-araw-araw.
Napakalaking bagay yung tulong ng gobyerno ng PCAARRD dahil libre ang fingerlings, libre ang PEDS. Ang gagawin na lang namin ay mag-aalaga. Sa pag-aalaga namin, within 3 to 4 months, mapakinabangan na namin. At hindi lang sa amin, sa tauhan ko at saka mga kapitbahay.
Naniniwala ang PCAARRD na ang agham at teknolohiya na angkop sa pangangailangan ng mga komunidad ay mabisang kasagutan upang makatulong na paunlarin ang kabuhayan ng mga Pilipinong nasa sektor ng agrikultura, pangisdaan at likas yaman. Kaya naman, ang mga proyekto natin sa mga komunidad, sa tulong ng iba't ibang katuwang nating mga ahensya sa mga rehiyon, ay naglalayon na mailipat ang mga teknolohiyang galing sa resulta ng pananaliksik sa mas nakararaming Pilipinong nangangailangan ng mga ito.
Patuloy ang DOST PCAARRD sa paghahatid ng mga makabuluhang proyekto sa pagsulong ng paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya sa ating mga mamamayan. Ang mga layunin na nagbunga mula sa pangarap na mapabuti ang kalagayan mo at ng iyong pamayanan.
The agriculture, aquatic and natural resources or AANR sector are foreseen as major growth drivers to boost the Philippine economy. That is why funding for research and development in the AANR sector has steadily increased, paving the way to generate more inventions and innovations to boost productivity in the country's agri-aqua enterprises and industries. Unfortunately, these new technologies have not been fully transferred, utilized, and commercialized by their intended users. Filipinos, particularly farmers, fisher folks, and potential investors are largely unaware of these breakthroughs that could result to sustainable and inclusive development in the country. Strengthening partnership with the private sector as well as intellectual property protection and better coordination among concerned and allied agencies are also considered as important factors in achieving exponential growth in the AANR sector. With this, the Department of Science and Technology, through the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, established the DOST PCAARRD Innovation and Technology Center, or DPITC. DPITC serves as a platform for technology transfer and commercialization. It is a one-stop shop convergence hub for investors and technology users in the AANR sector in the Philippines. Strategically located in the Los Baños Special Science and Nature City in Laguna, DPITC serves as a link for different stakeholders from the academe, private sector, NGOs, and international partner institutions to strengthen and forge new public-private partnerships for technology commercialization. DPITC's main thrust is to enhance the transfer and commercialization of AANR technologies. It has 4 service hubs. The Technology Business and Partnership Hub provides networking, strategic partnership, and technology business services. The Knowledge Management Hub houses the Internet Cafe and digital library services. The Science and Technology Promotion Hub showcases the technologies and innovations generated by R&D projects in the AANR sector. The Innovation Services Hub serves as a venue for capacity building initiatives, trainings, meetings, and conferences. With its state-of-the-art facilities and capable experts pool, DPITC takes the lead in ensuring that PCAARRD's technology portfolio will be properly evaluated, protected, and made available, thus enhancing the livelihood and business opportunities in the AANR sector for a more competitive, sustainable, and inclusive Philippine economy. Here at DPITC, we determine
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, pero sa sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisingil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mo pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang lang matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihingi, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay di magtitingin, luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga akin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Dear God, we worship and welcome you this wonderful morning. We are humbly asking for your forgiveness for all of the things we have done that do not glorify your name, including our business in our everyday lives, and that we forget about you. Please forgive us, Lord. We thank you for guiding us and bringing us here safely, and for giving us your provisions to conduct this significant event. We acknowledge the presence of the Holy Spirit, and we ask for your protection for each and every one of us throughout the whole program. Lead us, Lord, at the start, middle, and end of this event. May your wisdom be upon the presenting authors, and give them confidence as they present each of their papers. We rebuke the works of the enemy, and we are claiming the victory of this symposium for your own glory alone, Lord. We give you the highest praise and thanksgiving, God. This is all in our prayer, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
A wonderful morning to everyone. I am Kathleen Faith J. Villarma.
And I am Ren Antoinette Leovido, and it is our pleasure to welcome you all to the
National Symposium for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, NSAARRD 2023.
We are live here at the DOST PCAARRD Innovation and Technology Center, Los Baños, Laguna, to witness the presentations of the 6 finalists for the Best Research and Development Paper Awards. 3 of them are competing under the research category, while the other 3 are competing under the development category.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we formally begin our program, let us all welcome DOST PCAARRD's Executive Director, Dr. Rinaldo V. Ebora, for his welcome address.
Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you all to the 2023 National Symposium on Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, held presently here at the DOST PCAARRD Innovation and Technology Center. Likewise, we are joined virtually through a live stream at PCAARRD's Facebook page. I am thrilled to once again witness the gathering of esteemed researchers and academicians who have significantly contributed to the development in the field of agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources. At this juncture, allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have made this event possible. You have come from the far corners of the country in the spirit of innovation and knowledge sharing to celebrate the advancement in research and development of our sector. To the Board of Judges, chaired by Dr. Rodilio Subade, with Dr. Bililos Acido, Dr. Andrew Gasmin, Dr. Adrian Ibanez, Mr. Erwin Torres as members, and Dr. Juanito Batalon for their pivotal role and invaluable contribution in meticulously evaluating and selecting the cream of the crop entries. The NSAARRD is an annual event that showcases the outstanding research and development initiatives undertaken by some of the brightest scientific minds in the country to address the critical issues and promote advancement in the AANR sector. The submissions have gone through a rigorous process of evaluation, and finalists were carefully selected to compete for the prestigious Best R&D Paper Awards. This symposium not only convenes exceptional researchers, but also celebrates our initiatives to uplift the lives of our stakeholders and our unified goal to achieve a sustainable future for the country. And this would not be possible without the help of our external review committee, our acclaimed Board of Judges. We are delighted to announce that 6 papers have been selected as finalists for the Best R&D Paper Awards. 3 papers are competing for the Best Research Paper Award, and another 3 vie for the recognition for the Best Development Paper Award. A big congratulations to our finalists for achieving this significant milestone and reaching this stage of the process for the coveted award. And we wish you good luck as your journey is still far from over. The scientific community eagerly awaits your presentations today. Once more, thank you to our Board of Judges who have painstakingly dedicated their time and knowledge in evaluating the submissions today, and will continue to do so throughout the day as they assess the presentations of our finalists. Lastly, the unwavering support of our researchers, partners, and regional R&D consortia will not go unnoticed. You are the heart and soul of this event, and your engagement and collaboration has made NSAARRD triumphant every year. Congratulations to our dearest finalists, and have an insightful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for that warm message, Dr. Ibarra. Now, to give us a brief overview of what NSAARRD is all about, let us all watch this.
Welcome to 2023 National Symposium on Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development. Through the years, the National Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development Network member agencies have generated numerous research and development technologies intended to boost productivity of agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sectors. DOST PCAARRD, through the Best R&D Paper Awards, has been conducting NSAARRD to promote outstanding papers in research and development and to keep abreast with the current technological innovations in the AANR sectors. During the symposium, finalists of the Best Research and Development Paper Awards present their papers to the Board of Judges. The award has 2 categories. First is the research category, which refers to outputs generated from the conduct of fundamental basic research, applied research, experimental theoretical development, and/or pilot testing undertaken for the benefit of the AANR sector stakeholders. The second is the development category, which includes outputs of any organized work intended to apply and disseminate new knowledge and information, technology, processes, systems, services, machines, and equipment gained from previous research and practical experiences and best practices. The papers qualified to be presented in the symposium pass the screening process of the awards. Upon closing of the call for nominations, entries are screened for the completeness of their submissions as per guidelines. Passing the preliminary screening, these entries are evaluated by the internal screening committee. The committee selected 3 research and 3 development papers which are desk reviewed and will be evaluated and ranked during today's oral and poster presentations by the Board of Judges. To qualify for the awards, the papers must be AANR or AANR-related R&D work completed during 3 years preceding the award, regardless of the source of funds. The papers should also be the first prize winners in the respective categories during the regional symposia on R&D highlights conducted by the regional consortia. For the mechanics, the judges will be given 30 minutes to evaluate the posters of the finalists, which corresponds to 5 minutes per poster. After the poster evaluation, each finalist will be given 20 minutes to present their papers, and another 10 minutes will be allotted for the question and answer segment. Questions would come first from the Board of Judges and then from the audience. Finalists will be judged based on their poster and oral presentations. The poster will be evaluated based on its quality using these specific guidelines. On the other hand, the oral presentation will be judged based on the following: The finalists' oral presentation and poster evaluation for the NSAARRD is 20% and 10% respectively. This will be added to the paper's rating prior to the symposium, which constitutes 70% for a total of 100%. Finalists will receive awards in the form of plaques and cash for both categories. The first, second, and third place authors, as well as their consortia and implementing agencies, will receive the following cash prizes. The ranking of the finalists for the best research and development paper will be announced during DOST-PCAARRD's anniversary celebration to be held within this year. You may reach us at the following email for your queries on the awards. Thank you, and God bless us all.
There we have it. We can see how important NSAARRD is, as it helps us appreciate and recognize our outstanding researchers by featuring their exceptional research and development papers. But before we capture this momentous occasion, let us first honor our Board of Judges who took the time and effort to contribute their expertise in evaluating our top scientific papers. Our Board of Judges is composed of experts in the field of agriculture, aquaculture, and natural resources sectors. They also served as the external review committee who conducted the DOST evaluation to review the top scientific papers which will be presented later on. We are honored to have with us today our Board of Judges.
Our first judge and the chair of the Board of Judges graduated cum laude with a Bachelor of Arts degree in Economics at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He also holds an MS degree in Resource Economics at the University Pertanian, Malaysia, and a Master of Arts degree in Economics at the Simon Fraser University in Canada. He also studied at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños, for his doctoral degree in Environmental Science, where he was awarded a CIRCA scholarship. He is currently a Professor 12 in the Division of Social Sciences, University of the Philippines. He has also undertaken several research projects with national and international funding support and published at least 45 articles. At present, he is the Director for Visayas in the Economy and Environment Group, or EEG Philippines, and Vice President of Philippine Environmental Science Association, or PESA, and an active member of several international organizations. Let us all welcome Dr. Rodelio F. Sobade.
Our next judge completed his PhD by research with specialization in tissue culture of horticultural crops at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. She has completed notable research outputs which earned her 27 awards for outstanding and best papers and posters from various organizations. She actively served as member or officer of 25 international and national scientific organizations and associations, notably the Philippine Association for Plant Tissue Culture and Biotechnology and the Federation of Plant Science Association of the Philippines. Although she filed an early retirement in 2021, she is still actively continuing some of her academic activities and serving the different stakeholders, particularly in the field of tissue culture and ornamental horticulture, through seminars, short-term consultancies, and active participation in the different professional and scientific events. She also keeps herself busy by continuing the writing and preparation of scientific articles for possible publication. At present, she is the auditor of the Philippine Association for Plant Tissue Culture and Biotechnology. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to Dr. Villaluz C. Acedo.
Our third judge holds a Doctor of Philosophy degree in Extension Education at the College of Public Affairs and Development as class valedictorian at the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Currently, he holds various roles at UPLB, including University Researcher, Affiliate Assistant Professor, Coordinator of Agricultural Systems Institute, College of Agriculture and Food Sciences, Program Coordinator for Agricultural Extension and Entrepreneurship, or AgExtend program. He also serves as Executive Director of Philippine Extension and Advisory Services Network, or PhilYesNet. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Andrew D. Gasman.
Moving on, Our next judge obtained his Doctor of Philosophy degree in Veterinary Sciences, Internal Medicine from the United Graduate School of Veterinary Sciences of Gifu University and Obihiro University of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine, Japan. He is the director and a university researcher of the Institute for Molecular Genetics, Parasitology, and Vector-Borne Diseases at Cebu Technological University. He was among the top 100 Asian scientists in 2022, the top 10 outstanding scientists of DOST NRCP Achievement Awardee in 2019, and the top 12 outstanding young scientists of the DOST NAS in 2020. He was also the 2021 Leads Agri Award for Agricultural Research Awardee of the Philippine Association for the Advancement of Science and Technology, or PHILAAS, for his work in advancing animal parasitology and the study of vector-borne diseases in the Philippines. An outstanding veterinarian in education in 2023 of the Philippine Veterinary Medical Association. He is actively involved in multidisciplinary research but is greatly interested in small animal medicine, parasitology, and tick-borne disease research. Please give a round of applause for Dr. Adrian P. Ibanez.
Our fifth judge completed his Bachelor of Science degree in Agricultural Economics from UPLB, Master in Economics from Bicol University, and Diploma in Environment and Natural Resource Management from UP Open University. He is an Associate Professor 4 at Bicol University, where he also serves as the Director of Planning and Development at the Center for Policy Studies and Development. He also serves as an external reviewer of 3 university-based socio-economic journals in the Philippines. In 2019, he was awarded as one of the Centennial Outstanding Alumni of UPLB Department of Agricultural and Applied Economics, and he is currently pursuing his PhD in Agricultural Economics as a Graduate Research Fellow under the Graduate Research and Education Assistantship for Technology, or GRADE program, and the Pilinish Centers in the Regions for R&D program of the OSTP card, SEI and BU. Hands together for Mr. Erwin E. Torres.
Last but definitely not the least, our next judge earned his Bachelor of Science, Master of Science, and Doctor of Philosophy degrees in Agricultural Engineering at UPLB. Currently, he is the officer in charge of the Office of the Deputy Executive Director for Research and Development and the Director of the Agricultural Resources Management Research Division, or ARMRD, at DOST PCAARRD. Prior to his stint as ARMRD Director, he also served as Director of the Institutional Development Division, or IDD, from April 2016 to July 2018. As IDD Director, he spearheaded the development and implementation of Graduate Research and Education Assistantship for Technology, or GRADE program of the UST PCAARRD. He has received the Director's Award for R&D paper published in an international refereed scientific journal from the Bureau of Agriculture Research, or BAR, as well as participated in various local and international seminars, trainings, workshops, conferences, and symposia. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our very own Dr. Juanito T. Batalon. Once again, please give a big round of applause to our Board of Judges. We are honored and privileged to have you with us today. Before we proceed with the poster evaluation, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the following: SYARRD Consortium Director, Dr. Miladis Afidesiao; ILARDEC Consortium Director, Dr. Nathaniel Alibuyog; SOCSARRD Consortium Director, Dr. Josephine Migalben. We also would like to acknowledge the presence of all our guests from various regional consortia. Okay, coming up is the poster evaluation. To our online viewers, please stay tuned as we will be having a short break.
With that, may we invite our Board of Judges together with Dr. Batalon and Dr. Carlos to come up on stage for a photo op.
Minsan pwede, minsan hindi. Ganyan ang katayuan ng paglalakbay sa ating bansa at sa iba pang parte ng mundo, dulot ng pabago-bagong pulisiya sa pagtugon sa pandemya. Ang tunog ng mga jeep, ang pagdagsa ng mga tao sa pasyalan, ang road trip kasama ang kaibigan at pamilya. Ang sarap magbiyahe nung panahong normal pa, di ba? Huwag mag-alala. Kahit di pwedeng maggala sa ibang lugar, ay mararating pa rin natin sila. Kasabay ng mga kasiyahan sa ating paglalakbay, maging sa pagkaantala nito, mayroong mga programang hindi mo namamalayan na nagpapaunlad sa galing at yaman ng iba't ibang pamayanan na ating pupuntahan. Gamit ang agham at teknolohiya, sinusuportahan ng mga programang ito ang ating mga kababayan. Nagsimula bilang tugon sa pandemya, ang Good Agri-Aqua Livelihood Initiatives Towards National Goals o Galing PCAARRD ay pinalawak para mas patatagin ang sektor ng agrikultura, akwatika at pangisdaan at likas na yaman sa pagharap nito sa anumang hamon na dala ng panahon, katuwang ang mga lokal na pamahalaan at iba pang ahensya. Tatak ng Galing PCAARRD ang iba't ibang mga proyekto sa pananaliksik, pagsasanay, pagbabalangkas ng pulisiya, pag-aalay sa mga pamayanan, pamamahagi ng kaalaman at makabuluhang inobasyon sa pagsasaka at pangingisda, at maging ang likas-kayang paggamit ng mga sari-buhay. Ito ang tatak Galing, Galing PCAARRD. Kaya tara na at samahan niyo kaming tuklasin ang galing ng buhay. Sumama na sa ating lakbay, dito lang sa Lakbay Galing.
Tuklasin ang galing ng buhay, sumabit na sumakay. Eroplano man o bus at jeep, humanda sa paglalakbay. Lakbay galing, lakbay galing. Tuklasin ang kultura sa lakbay galing, lakbay galing. Mula hilaga at kanluran, siksik ito sa kaalaman. Sa may silangan o sa timog, kay rami mong matututunan. Lakbay galing, lakbay galing. Linangin ang yaman sa lakbay galing, lakbay galing. Bilis at makakapaliwan. Lakbay galing, lakbay galing. Mangkas na't sumama sa
Alam nyo ba na ang mga eels o igat ay napapabilang sa catadromous fishes? Ibig sabihin, nakatira sila sa tubig tabang, ngunit nangingitlog o nagpaparami sa tubig alat. Hello, I'm Isagani P. Angeles Jr., professor at Isabela State University, and I work on improving the growth of freshwater eels. Dito sa Cagayan Valley, ang pinakamataas na produksyon ng igat sa bansa. Dahil dito, sa atin umaangkat ang mga Asian countries tulad ng Japan, China, Korea at Taiwan, kung saan delicacy ang igat. Noong 2021, may higit 1,000 metric tons ng igat na nagkakahalaga ng halos 36 million pesos ang na-export natin sa mga bansang ito. Dahil malaki ang potensyal ng igat para sa paunlarin ang Pilipinas, nararapat na bigyan sila ng pansin. Kaya lang, base sa experience namin sa pag-aalaga ng igat, mataas ang mortality nila during culture lalo kapag nasa glass eel stage pa lang sila. Isa sa mga naobserbahan namin na sanhi ng pagkamatay ng glass eel ay ang mababang kalidad ng tubig at pagkain na nagiging sanhi ng Aeromonas hydrophila infection. Bukod dito, kapag ang igat ay hindi agad na i-transport sa amin ng supplier, pagkatapos silang mahuli, nahihirapan na kaming turuan ng mga igat na kumain ng tama na nagiging dahilan ng kanilang pagkamatay. What we do in our project is we improve the survival of freshwater eel during culture. Gumamit kami ng kangkong at azola dahil napatunayan na ang mga aquatic plants na ito ay may immunostimulant properties na nakatutulong upang palakasin ang resistensya ng igat laban sa Aeromonas hydrophila infection. We also look at kangkong and azola's bioactive components and antibacterial properties to see if they enhance the growth performance of eels. Using kangkong and azola, we developed a feed supplement to help eels fight infection and diseases. For 8 months, nagdagdag kami ng kangkong at azola extract sa diet ng mga igat para makita ang effect sa kanila. By adding 2% kangkong extract and 2% azola extract to the diet, the eels increase their final weight, weight gain, specific growth rate, and survival rate. They exhibited improved immune response and disease resistance against Aeromonas hydrophila infection. It is recommended that the eels be fed daily for approximately 6 months with a formulated diet until Kuroko size. Ang sari-buhay sa freshwater ecosystem ay mas mabilis na bumababa kaysa sa iba pang ecosystems. Kaya, mahalaga na ang atensyon ng conservation ay nakatuon sa pag-aaral ng mga igat upang maiwasan ang mga banta sa kanila. Dahil isa sa mga pangunahing kabuhayan ng mga tao dito sa Cagayan Valley ay pangingisda, gusto naming mag-ambag sa pag-develop ng fisheries industry. May iba pang initiatives ang Freshwater Fisheries Center ng Isabela State University tulad ng pag-aaral sa status, species composition, at diversity ng igat sa iba't ibang lugar ng Pilipinas, gaya ng Cagayan, Bicol, Ilocos, Cotabato at Butuan. We also organize an aquaculture cooperative called Cagayan Valley Aquaculture Producers Cooperative to help our fishermen in the region. Nakikipagtulungan din kami sa local consolidator na nanguhuli ng mga igat upang maunawaan kung paano nagbabago ang huli sa buong taon. Nagsasurvey rin kami sa mga pangunahing ilog sa Cagayan Valley para masuri ang mga freshwater habitat kung saan nakatira ang mga igat. In the next decade, I hope that the eel industry in the region will be further developed and the Cagayan Valley will be known as the eel capital of the Philippines.
Lakbay galing, lakbay galing. Mangkaslat sumama sa lakbay galing, lakbay galing.
This program is in support of Galing Picard initiatives nationwide.
Ano po kasi ma'am, dati akong farmer, kahit doon sa probinsya. Tapos nung pumunta kami dito sa Baguio, ayan, in-apply ko sa mga pots, itong mga garden ko para may family consumption, may isi-share sa mga friends, sa mga community, sa mga feeding sa school. At saka binibinta rin po ma'am para pangdagdag income. Pag sa summer, yung mga beans, kasi yan ang bagay sa summer, at saka yung lechos. At saka itong mga cabbage, na pwede rin yung mga ginger, carrots, pero kailangan yung didiligan. Sa tag-ulan naman, yung dating tinatanim ko sa ganitong rainy season, is itong mga kangkong, mga watercress. Yung iba na kung may extra sa family namin, binibenta ko din sa mga kapitbahay. Kung minsan nag-o-order yung mga friends ng mga vegetables. At saka yung ngayon kasi mayroon yung Session Road Showcase Market. Every Sunday yung market sa Session Road para may pagbintahan namin ng mga produkto namin po.
Actually, nag-start nung ECQ. Ang naisip namin is home gardening kasi that time walang masyadong pumapasok na gulay dito sa Baguio at saka sa Trinidad. Karamihan din nawalan ng trabaho kasi yung kanilang work is related sa tourism. So maraming nawalan. So walang source of food talaga except yung sayote na common in the backyard. So naisip namin yung introduce ulit yung home garden.
So nakita natin yung kagandahan ng halaman dito sa paaralan. Despite po na wala tayong space, nagandahan din po yung mga parents natin. So, ang ginawa natin, nag-distribute po tayo ng seedlings at nagkaroon din po tayo ng expansion, yung gulayan sa tahanan. Integration po sa subject natin yung gardening, ma'am. So, since it is integrated in the lessons, meron din pong hands-on yung mga bata sa gardening, assisted by the parents and the teachers.
Napakayaman ng ating karagatan at sa kailaliman nito ay matatagpuan ang giant clams, marine fishes, mollusks, crustaceans, seagrass, at iba pang mga yamang dagat. Sa seryeng Sari Buhay, tuklasin natin ang mga pananaliksik ng DOST PCAARRD Marine Biodiversity S&T Program ukol sa mga ito. Ang Marine Biodiversity S&T Program ay isang malawak na gawain na nagsusulong ng ecological at ecosystem diversity management and conservation, assessment and monitoring, at sustainable use o likas-kayang paggamit ng ating mga yamang dagat. Kasama sa programa ang mga proyektong naglalayong makakuha ng datos na gagamiting batayan sa pagpaplano at pangangasiwa ng Philippine rice, at proyektong nagsusuri sa kalagayan at pagkokonserba ng mga giant clams. Kasama rin sa programa ang mga proyektong nangongolekta ng mga marine fishes sa Hilagang Luzon at Timog Mindanao upang makabuo ng database ng mga litrato at DNA barcodes para sa pangangasiwa ng komersyal na mga uri ng isda. Kabilang din ang mga proyektong nakatuon sa pag-aaral, pagkonserba at likaskayang paggamit ng mga commercially important mollusk species sa Panay Island, blue swimming crab at iba pang crustacean sa Maqueda Bay, Villarreal Bay, Zumaraga Channel at Southeastern Samar Sea, at seagrass sa Camotes Island, Cebu. Ang mga proyektong ito ay kabilang sa Niche Centers in the Regions o NSAARRD sa ilalim ng Science for Change program ng Department of Science and Technology. Sa mga susunod na episode ng Sari Buhay, mas marami pa tayong matututunan tungkol sa ating karagatan. Abangan!
The Mount Makiling Forest Reserve in Los Baños, Laguna was declared an ASEAN Heritage Park in 2013. Every year, it welcomes an average of 120,000 visitors seeking a haven in nature. Thus, visitor management is vital for the forest reserve. I'm Dr. Rogelio Andrada II, Professor at the College of Forestry and Natural Resources, University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Tourism has changed significantly since the pandemic hit the country. As people become more concerned about the social and environmental impacts of tourism, so too does the industry. Recognizing the need to regulate and maintain our ecotourism sites, we created this project. Nag-develop kami ng carrying capacity standards ng Mount Makiling Forest Reserve upang ma-regulate ang dami ng bumibisitang turista. Ang carrying capacity ay ang nire-rekomendang bilang ng bisita sa isang ecotourism site upang mabalanse ang pagkakaroon ng kaaya-ayang recreational experience at visitor satisfaction habang sinisigurado na sustainable ang paggamit ng natural resources. We developed the carrying capacity standards using the procedure recommended by the DENR for protected areas. We used the Bullion's carrying capacity model to analyze and compute the carrying capacity values. Ang carrying capacity standards tulad ng sa Mount Makiling Forest Reserve ay nagsisilbing gabay ng mga tagapamahala sa kung paano mapapanatili ang kaayusan sa mga ecotourism areas. Sa pamamagitan din ng carrying capacity, matitiyak na mababawasan ang mga problema sa ecotourism sites tulad ng labis na pagkakalat, pagkasira ng mga kagamitan at ng kapaligiran, pagsisiksikan ng mga tao at labis na paggamit ng likas yaman. The Mount Makiling Forest Reserve is an ecotourism destination that has sites and facilities that enable tourists to enjoy, appreciate, and learn about nature, while providing a venue for physical and recreational activities that promote good health and well-being. As ecotourism is nature-based with natural resources as its main capital, a healthy and intact biodiversity are standards for ecotourism services to provide high-quality and meaningful experiences to visitors. This is why the government needs to protect its natural assets and capital. I am very proud of the carrying capacity standards that we were able to develop, including the delineation and profiling of the ecotourism sites inside MMFR. I
The National Symposium on Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, NSAARRD 2023. At this point, may we reiterate our mechanics. Our Board of Judges will be given 30 minutes to evaluate the poster of the 6 finalists that are placed outside the hall. 5 minutes will be allotted for the evaluation per poster. We have our ushers to assist you and guide you in order of the posters to evaluate, as well as to notify you of the time. Right after the poster evaluation, we will proceed with the oral presentation. Each finalist will be given only 20 minutes to present their papers, and there will be a 10-minute question and answer round after every presentation. Questions will be coming first from the Board of Judges, and we will also be entertaining and capturing questions from our audience here at DPITC and from those who are watching live on Facebook. To our Facebook viewers, kindly input in the comment section your name and agency prior to asking your questions.
70% of their score already came from the DOST evaluation of the External Review Committee, which acts as our Board of Judges today. The remaining 30% will be generated in today's poster evaluation and oral presentations for a total of 100%. The poster will be evaluated based on its quality using the specific guidelines as shown in the screen. And for the oral presentation, on your screen are the guidelines.
To start, we would like to request our Board of Judges, finalists, and our guests to proceed outside the hall to begin with the poster evaluation. For our Board of Judges, our ushers will once again assist you with what poster to evaluate first, but kindly take note that you will only be provided 5 minutes per poster. Our usher will be there to advise you of the time.
Yes, sir. Maybe po. Yes po. Actually, this is already published na po siya. So it's available online. So if we check the International Planting Index, the name of these plants are already there. It's already recognized worldwide for these species. Yes, po, sa hamigitan. Davao Oriental po, sir. Davao Oriental. Davao del Sur at saka North naman. Tago Range is part of Bukidnon. Dalawang Bukidnon po. Taron at saka Tago. And itong dalawang area.
Kasi fern natin yung
Yes po, sir. Ito po. Ito yung species. Yes po. Dalawang species of grass fern. So these species were described last 2021 and 2022. So it's already published. And these species are endemic sa in Mount Makilingan. Especially this one, this is the smallest grass fern in the world. So this can be found only in the Philippines, particularly in Mount Makilingan. And what is unique for this plant is that this species grows only on the trunk of tree ferns. So meaning if we remove the tree ferns, then their population will actually for some species of ferns, they are used as for source of
the 2023 National Symposium on Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development. Through the years, the National Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development Network member agencies have generated numerous research and development technologies intended to boost productivity of agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sectors. DOST PCAARRD, through the Best R&D Paper Awards, has been conducting NSAARRD to promote outstanding papers in research and development and to keep abreast with the current technological innovations in the AANR sectors. During the symposium, finalists of the Best Research and Development Paper Awards present their papers to the Board of Judges. The award has two categories. First is the research category, which refers to outputs generated from the conduct of fundamental basic research, applied research, experimental theoretical development, and/or pilot testing undertaken for the benefit of the AANR sector stakeholders. The second is the development category, which includes outputs of any organized work intended to apply and disseminate new knowledge and information, technology, processes, systems, services, machines, and equipment gained from previous research and practical experiences and best practices. The papers qualified to be presented in the symposium pass the screening process of the awards. Upon closing of the call for nominations, entries are screened for the completeness of their submissions as per guidelines. Passing the preliminary screening, these entries are evaluated by the internal screening committee. The committee selected 3 research and 3 development papers which are desk reviewed and will be evaluated and ranked during today's oral and poster presentations by the Board of Judges. To qualify for the awards, the papers must be AANR or AANR-related R&D work completed during 3 years preceding the award, regardless of the source of funds. The papers should also be the first prize winners in the respective categories during the regional symposia on R&D highlights conducted by the regional consortia. For the mechanics, the judges will be given 30 minutes to evaluate the posters of the finalists, which corresponds to 5 minutes per poster. After the poster evaluation, each finalist will be given 20 minutes to present their papers and another 10 minutes will be allotted for the question and answer segment. Questions would come first from the Board of Judges and then from the audience. Finalists will be judged based on their poster and oral presentations. The poster will be evaluated based on its quality using these specific guidelines. On the other hand, the oral presentation will be judged based on the following. The finalists' oral presentation and poster evaluation for the NSAARRD is 20% and 10% respectively. This will be added to the paper's rating prior to the symposium, which constitutes 70% for a total of 100%. Finalists will receive awards in the form of plaques and cash for both categories. The first, second, and third place authors, as well as their consortia and implementing agencies, will receive the following cash prizes. The ranking of the finalists for the Best Research and Development Paper will be announced during DOST PCAARRD's anniversary celebration to be held within this year. You may reach us at the following email for your queries on the awards. Thank you and God bless us all.
Now that we are done with the poster evaluation, we will now proceed with the presentation of the papers, starting off with the research category. But first, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the following: former Deputy Executive Director of DOST PCAARRD and a member of PCAARRD Council of Elders, or COELS, Dr. Danilo C. Cardenas.
We would also like to acknowledge the presence of President of CBSWA, Dr. Alberto Naperi, and President of CLSU, Dr. Edgar A. Orden.
Let's now begin with the presentation of the papers under the research category.
First, our presenter from the SOC-SARRD Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research Development Consortium, or SOC-SARRDEC, we have Dr. Edward A. Berlaan to present his paper on DNA probe kits for detection and monitoring of banana disease pathogens in digital PCR, or quantitative real-time PCR, a boost to banana industry.
Dr. Edward A. Berlaan took his Doctor of Philosophy degree in Agriculture at Ehime University, Japan. He served as the former Vice President for Research, Development, and Extension at the University of Southern Mindanao. His fields of specialization and interest include plant breeding, genetics, agronomy, cell and molecular biology, molecular diagnostics, and plant pathology. Dr. Berlaan is engaged in R&D programs or projects in banana, cacao, coconut, oil palm, mango, rubber, rice, corn, milkfish, and other commodities. He heads the niche centers in the regions for R&D, Cacao R&D Center at USM. He was able to publish more than a dozen articles, all in ISI-indexed international journals with over 320 citations. He also filed the intellectual property for 3 patents and 11 utility models for his inventions. Let us all welcome Dr. Edward A. Berlaan.
Good morning, everyone. Banana is the Philippines' #1 fruit for export, and many people love banana because it's good for the heart, and because of that potassium content. However, many are broken-hearted now. Why? Because the Philippine banana industry is sagging. Truly, it's sagging. Why? Because the Philippine exports declined from 3.6 million metric tons from 2020 now down to 2.27. The annual revenues declined from 1.49 billion US dollars down to 1.096 last year. And the Philippines has overtaken by Guatemala, down from second to third place in the global banana export rankings because of these major diseases in banana, like the Panama bacterial wilt, Banshee top, and the black sigatuka diseases. And in fact, more than 40% production areas have stopped due to Panama disease and other banana diseases. Hence, there's a need to develop molecular detection technologies that can reliably, quickly, and accurately detect in real time the causal pathogens. Thus, we developed these DNA probe kits. What are these? These are probe kits can be used in detecting the Panama, MOCO, and BBTV. Particularly, these kits consist of universal primers and highly specific probes that can rapidly, accurately, and reliably detect and monitor the causal pathogens using these platforms like the digital PCR or the qPCR. So traditionally, the banana diseases are diagnosed through morphobiochemical methods or endpoint PCR. However, there are some issues on reliability. So to understand what I'll be presenting you today on the data, I'll be presenting you, giving you some backgrounds. So there are 3 generations of PCR now. First is the endpoint PCR, in which it has qualitative detection. Second is the quantitative real-time PCR or the qPCR, or this is the one used in the COVID. And this has relative quantification. And the third is the digital PCR, which has absolute quantification. So this is qPCR. And you can see these are the data that could be shown later on. And these are the PCR cycles here. And they're expressed in cycle threshold or CT values. And the CT values are negatively correlated with the DNA quantity, which means that when you can see CT value with lower values, it has higher DNA quantity. And if you can have the CT values higher, it has lower DNA quantity. And it also signifies detection of the pathogen. And this is the digital PCR, in which this is the platform. And it has a chip. Contains 20,000 partitions, and these are the data that will be presented later. If the amplification is beyond 20,000 copies, you have a blue color with greater 20,000 or in A. Then if amplification is less than 20,000, you have a blue and yellow color with a value there. And we have, if no amplification, you have yellow color plus less than 1 value. So these are the probes. Probes are highly specific DNA sequence for diagnostics. And it has reporter and the quencher. And also this is used for qPCR and digital PCR. So there, during the amplification, the probe hybridizes with the template DNA or the pathogen. And during when the elongation of DNA, this probe disintegrates, allowing emission, and the emission is read by the laser. So these are the objectives of the study, of the project: to isolate and molecularly identify the causal pathogens, to verify the pathogenicity of the isolates, to develop, evaluate, and validate the DNA probe kits in digital PCR or qPCR in plants or soils. So I'll be presenting to you the 3 major diseases in here: the Panama or Fusarium wilt disease caused by Fusarium oxysporum forma specialis cubense, the MOCO or bacterial wilt disease caused by Ralstonia solanacearum. We have the Banshee top disease caused by banana Banshee top virus or BBTV. And what we did, we get samples from different places. We process this one, we isolate, purify, and subject to DNA extraction, PCR, and sequencing, and then followed by blast analysis. And those identified isolates, we further test through pathogenicity test for confirmation. Then we develop the probe, then verify the probe, then detect in qPCR, digital PCR, for evaluation and validation. So here is the Panama or Fusarium wilt disease. So this affected more than 35,000 hectares now of banana plantations in the Philippines. And this, it has 3 races: the race 1, the Latondan; the race 2, the Cardava or Saba; the race 4, the Cavendish, Lakatan, and Latondan. So what we did, we did isolation, purification, then PCR, DNA sequencing of these ones, and what do you call this? From the blast analysis, around 8 cultures were have similarity with the FOC-TR4. And then we further test this one through pathogenicity test for confirmation, and we have confirmed this is the pathogen causing the Panama. Then we developed the primers from the sequences. We have the forward and reverse primer, including the probe, and we tested this one in the in digital PCR. So the detection of FOC is very sensitive because it can be detected even at femtogram level. Remember, microgram, nanogram, picogram, at femtogram level, it can still be detected. It's very sensitive. Then, that is in digital PCR. As well as in qPCR, it can be detected at a very low femtogram level. Then, the probe is also highly specific because it can only detect the FOC-TR4 but not other fungal species. Then, we validate this Panama DNA probe kit in laboratory and in the field. So in the laboratory, we went to different banana farmers, to national and multinational companies. So in the laboratory, we inoculated the banana plants with FOC-TR4 for detection and monitoring using the Panama DNA probe kit. And you can notice in here, in digital PCR, we can see the disease with not only detection, but also you can monitor the progress of disease development. Then, we also inoculated the soil with FOC-TR4 and detected this one, and you can see the progress of what you call this fungal load, spore density, using this amplified DNA in the soil. And using those materials that we analyzed a while ago, we used also in the qPCR. And you can notice in here, we cannot find the red here, but anyway, you can see a decreasing PCR value, what you call PCR value or CT values there, which means there's an increasing amount of amplified DNA in the qPCR. Then, using the same sample, inoculate the samples, we can see a decreasing, what you call this, a decreasing amount of CT values indicating increasing amount of the amplified DNA. However, the qPCR has limit of detection. You can notice there that what do you call this, when the CT values is one CT value or equal with the control, here we can get the value. But for the real-time PCR, we could not. So it needs further validation. That's how sensitive the digital PCR is. Then we went to the field and get obviously infected plants and healthy plants. And we can differentiate in here. Of course, they are infected already visually, so they're infected. But for these are healthy plants. They look healthy. But when you verify using this probe kit, you can see that these are visually healthy, but they are infected, detected molecularly. So we use the same materials here that we use in digital PCR in real-time PCR. And again, we have consistent data in here, the positive for the infected one as well as for the healthy-looking ones. And then we get the, we went to a national company, a big company, and we tested their materials. So we dig soil in 15 centimeter interval, and you can notice that we can detect and track the pathogen even in 90 centimeter. In separate experiment, we have even in 1 meter. In 1 meter, we can detect those. Then, here's another point. We went to a big banana nursery with tissue-cultured banana plantlets. And out of thousands, we get five. And unfortunately, all of these are positive with the pathogen. And I asked the guy, where did you get the meristem? He said, in a healthy plant in the field. Really? And what did you use? A banana-tolerant variety that you're using. What? I told him, wow, that's a good opportunity to research, I told him. Then, this is now the MOCO or bacterial wilt disease. And it's one of the most serious diseases in banana, and yield loss about 80 to 100%. And so we did, again, isolation, purification, did PCR, DNA sequencing, and blast analysis. And out of over 30 plus isolates, these are all pink. So it's not all the color. So we did sequencing, and we were able to get the two Ralstonia. And we verified this one through pathogenesis test, it confirmed this is the one. Then we developed the primers and probe for the Rosoniella solanacearum. Then we tested again the sensitivity again. If the pathogen can be detected at even very low femtogram level in digital PCR as well as in qPCR. And the probe is also highly specific because it can only detect the Rosoniella solanacearum but not other bacterial species. Then we did laboratory and field evaluation of the MOCO DNA probe kit. And so we isolated the healthy banana plants with the Rosoniella solanacearum and monitored this for 4 weeks. And you can notice in here the disease progression, even through time, is more even abundant even in the 4th week. And we also inoculated Rosoniella in the soils, and we can also monitor. We have a decreasing amount here, as you can see, the amplified products. Why? Because the host was not there. Then we get samples. We further tested this one in the laboratory. We inoculate. We use the same materials that we analyzed a while ago with digital PCR with qPCR. So again, there is a decreasing CT values there, indicating what I call this increasing DNA content or DNA, the bacterial load. The bacterial load, and then now we also use. In inoculated soils. In inoculated soils, we also use the same sample that we detect a while ago, and we can see in here an increasing amount of CT value, which means there's a decreasing amount of the DNA as well. Okay, we get samples from, from plantation in the Banorte, and get some, these are healthy-looking ones. And so we analyze the soil as well as in the plant. So for the soil, unfortunately, these are all positive. And out of the 3 samples, we are able to detect in here the positive or infected plants. Then, here's now the banana virus. This most destructive viral disease of banana, and this is transmitted through aphid vector, Pentalonia nigronervosa. And what we did, we get samples from different places, and we inoculated this one to healthy plants using the aphids, the reared aphids. And a few weeks after, we did isolation, PCR, DNA sequencing, and blast analysis showed in here the 99% with the BBTV. Then we developed the primers from this, and we tested again the sensitivity. Again, it can be detected at even low femtogram level in digital PCR as well as in qPCR. So we validated now this BBTV DNA probe kit in the laboratory and the field. And so we inoculated the Cavendish plants with the BBTV, facilitated by the aphids. And we can see again the progression of viral infection here, which is pronounced even at the 4th week. Then we also detected using the same sample in qPCR. And again, you can notice in here the decreasing CT values there, indicating increasing the DNA, the amplified DNA. Again, this is an example of the limit of detection of qPCR, because when we the value is the same or less than 1 CT value, so we in comparison with digital PCR. So we get samples from different varieties in Cotabato, and we're able to detect the BBTV in Lakatan, Cavendish, and Cardaba. And then we get samples from Kalinan, these healthy-looking plants, and detect this one. We were able to detect that these healthy-looking plants are also positive with the BBTV. So what now? The DNA probe kits. What are the implications and applications of this to boost the banana industry? The DNA probe kits, digital PCR, qPCR, provide rapid and reliable detection and monitoring of causal pathogens of banana, MOCO, and Banshitap. This technology is more relevant as an early warning system before disease occurrence or outbreak in banana production areas. This helps in determining the presence or absence and the degree of infection for development, assessment, and implementation of management, control, or preventive measures. This provides information on the health status of potential production areas for banana, and this can be used in health certification of planting materials such as tissue-cultured plantlets for banana production. And most importantly, this is the first report so far worldwide on the use of digital PCR for detection of causal pathogens in banana. And this technology can go international for utility in other banana growing countries. For sustainability plans and actions, we have already filed intellectual property assets, 7 utility models, and we have coordinated with USM TBI for transfer or commercialization. We have established already and we are using this molecular diagnostics laboratory in USM for banana and soil microbial analytical services. And we continue the technology promotion, extension, and utilization. Then we conducted trainings and of BPI staff, faculty researchers for digital PCR and qPCR detection using the DNA probe kits, and we'll continue to do so. And we have collaborative R&D with banana growers and companies like the PBGA, the Tadeco, the Dole, the Marsman, the Pagro or Provincial Agriculture's Office, the Panday, and other entities. And we are there using this technology now. And so we'd like to hear what do these stakeholders say about this technology.
Ma'am, thank you very much for allowing us to be a partner sa aming project dito. Paggamit sa molecular detection sa molecular detection sa para sa banana. It help your company.
Yes.
In what way and why?
So, salamat kaayo, Doc, nga gihimo mi ninyo nga part sa project ninyo sa detection sa TR4, specifically sa Fusarium Wilt TR4 detection. So, dako kay niya matabang sa amo kay obviously ang tanan namo nga management strategy sa Fusarium Wilt relies sa tama nga detection, sa tama nga diagnostic nga mga tools para sa TR4. So, we are hoping in the future there will be another collaborative project nga out from this na ay ma-generate nga management strategy.
Do you think this technology will help your company or the banana production?
Absolutely, sir. Dahil napaka-klaro po ng results na pinresent nyo at hindi ka duda-duda. Dahil makikita mo doon na very sensitive yung analysis, digitalized. So, walang reason kung bakit mako-compromise yung healthy plant mo na may eradicate because you know that it's really infected or unhealthy.
What can you say about this one? Did we help you?
Yeah, for me, Doc, I think that this is something that not only La Panday, but probably the industry has been waiting to have for several years, right? It's good to see that it's happening right now in the Philippines. For me, it will greatly really help in understanding how the disease basically behave. And then the most important thing, how do we prevent and control the disease, right? How effective are the control methods that we are using? Because everybody in the industry has several things, right? Some guys are burning, some guys using something else. Some are simply abandoning the areas because they don't know what to do or how to resolve. And then definitely this gives us some light that we can find basically solutions and opportunities, and that we will be able to really track them, right? And understand well if it is working or not working. So for me, it's fantastic. It's really good.
That help the agricultural industry, including the development of primer kits for cacao, coconut, oil palm, and most importantly, the development of these probe kits for early detection of pathogens, which help the banana industry. Yours truly has been awarded as the Outstanding Government Worker in 2022 for Civil Service Pag-asa Award on March 8, 2023. And I would like to share this award to all of you, to the scientific community and all the researchers, to say that the Philippines can, and the Filipinos can. And I would like to acknowledge and thank the CHED for the support, University of Southern Mindanao for support as well, CHED for the grant, SOCSARDEC and USD Picard for the opportunity to share this technology to you today. And so for for further information on the technology, please contact us with the information seen on the screen. I would like to say thank you and have a great and nice day to all of you. Saan ako? Dito.
Thank you, Dr. Barlaan. For our physical audience, you may jot down your questions for the meantime. Same with our live viewers. Kindly input in the comment section your question together with your name and organization so we can address you properly. All the questions from our physical and live audience will be answered by our presenter after addressing the question from our Board of Judges.
Esteemed judges, the floor is now open for your feedbacks and inquiries on Dr. Barlaan's presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for that very nice research and presentation. But my question is, why did you focus only on those 3 diseases? Are there no any other diseases in banana which can cause drastic production reduction?
Thank you, ma'am. So actually, we are focusing on the major disease because what do you call this? These are the main concern of the banana industry, particularly this Panama, because there's so much already. More than 41% already are stopped this production, and also another is this BBTV and then the MOCO, and we have tried the development for Sigatoka. However, the architecture of the as well as the design of the probe was not. We need to improve the design of the probe. So for other diseases, so that will be for the next project for the emerging diseases of banana, because our very concern is how we could really meet the demands of that industry now. Yes, sir.
Sir, thanks for the presentation. Just wondering, what will be the specific action to solve or maybe to address these diseases using your results?
Okay, thank you, sir.
What have been done so far?
Okay. What has been done so far is that we have now ongoing collaborations with the different companies that I told a while ago. So they have their control measures, and the problem with that, they are just waiting for the symptoms to appear, and then they just follow the procedure like culture methods, it takes time. So what we are partnering with them now on what we will be if their control measures are effective or not. And they use the services in the laboratory to confirm if they, for example, here's a company that there are people destroying these plants and put in a plastic bag, put urea and all these and other control measures, and they do not know how long will this be effective. So when they make analysis, month 1, no. Month 2, no. Month 3, the pathogens were killed. So in other words, there are, plus the follow period. Farm are implementing now the follow period, and they do not know if the follow period is effective. Using this technology, we were able to track down now that after 6 months follow period, there is a decrease in the fungal load, especially at the lower at the 90 centimeter. However, in the upper part, there are just reduction already, and some of the companies are now using the 6 months, but we still need to monitor how long is the follow period will that be to become effective, and other measures, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I would like to commend the novelty of your research. But I would like to ask a question with regard to your the validation that you have conducted. So you mentioned that it is reliable, accurate, and sensitive and rapid. So my question is the validation that you have conducted sufficient enough to assure us of the certainty that these really are as what you have described? Is there a need for some third-party validation to make sure that for certainty of highest degree of the said variables will be met?
Okay, thank you, sir. So, yes, we have, this technology has undergone validations in the laboratory with replications. Then this has undergone also in the field in partnership with other private companies and cooperatives to test this one. So, up to what extent, of course, we are open. Actually, we are now arranging we are working out with USMTBI for commercialization and transfer. There are 3 forms of services that we are doing now. One is for the one TBI, is another kind of, another is selling this material for this kit to certain users. We will train them how utilize this one, because we are charging, it can save them. Another is the services that we are doing now. We are charging them with a reasonable amount for them to be avail of this technology, and we are open for further, because there are some interested companies actually who want this one, because the big thing, because this will be used in other countries as well. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
There seems to be a market now for banana seedlings, whereby these are being sold cross-region across the Philippines. I'm just wondering, if they carry these pathogens or this whatever you call them, they might be spreading them. So how can we apply this to detect on these cultured seedlings if they have pathogens? Have you done that? Can we do that?
Yes, sir. I like your idea. We have the same concern because we discovered using this technology from a tissue cultured big, I will not mention names, but there are companies who are doing tissue culture and distributing to other countries. That the one that I am showing you a while ago are for export, that these are infected. That's why with this technology we were able to detect. That's why the problem is the using, especially they are now famous na ngayon ang yung tolerant variety. Tolerant variety allows the pathogen to stay in its own system without expressing the symptom. So that's it. Tama ka, sir. In the future, you can see that those countries that they have exported these things may cause problem if not properly checked with this. With this technology, we can, additional, sir, we can even detect the pathogen in the meristem. That's why we have another project in here again to track in the tissue culture system and how can we provide control measures during the tissue culture system.
Kasi sir, all over the Philippines na eh. They're selling across regions and there is one farm I know na yung mga nabili na galing sa Mindanao, later, mawili ng tubo, pero later, parang na sila, nalalanta. So ang concern ko doon, maybe using this technology and at the same time telling the government, can you please stop that muna, yung pagbebenta sa ibang regions? Because they might be spreading this disease.
Precisely.
Unintentionally.
Precisely.
So that's why there is a need to really check them first or maybe stop muna.
Yes, sir. I agree with you.
Maybe PCAARRD and other agency can lobby the government. We might be spreading the disease across the regions.
Yes, sir.
And they need to be detected first.
Yes, that's why this technology is really important. A powerful tool for that one.
Okay, sir. Ang concern ko din po, is your kit working with Abaca? Because we have a very big problem also in Abaca, especially the Banshee tap. So, if we can use your technology, then
yes,
you can
because
help the industry.
Yes, because it has been effective also in other kind like the Lakatan, Latundan, especially BBTV, the Cardap, and all different species in here. Although we have not tried the Abaca for that one, I think it's the same. Is BBTV still the same for Abaca? Then we can apply. So we'll have to experiment that one because this is really a good tool for tracking and monitoring the disease.
Yeah, actually, our Abaca industry, I think, is also dwindling just like the banana. So we need to
I will
work
collaborate
hard.
with you, ma'am.
No, I'm not working on Abaca now.
You
So, but there are a lot working on Abaca. So, sayang din po yung tissue culture na ginagawa natin. If we can address yung sakit from the very start, then marireduce po ang ating production cost in the production of tissue cultured materials. Kasi sabi nga po ni Sir, we are disseminating diseases.
Yeah, intentionally.
So siguro we need to work hard. Magkalambangin po natin ang gobyerno para tulungan tayo na i-stop muna yung distribution ng mga potential plantlets na may sakit po. Kaya lang, marami tayong private growers na yun po ang kinakabuhayan nila. So,
I agree with you, ma'am. In fact, we need to have a call, even the PCAARRD on these things, because even the private companies are complaining actually because the cooperatives, the abandoned areas are now being abandoned with so much inoculum there. There should be action for the government.
Sir, maghanap po sana kayo ng collaborator sa Iloilo kasi ang takot ko baka unti-unti nang kumakalat eh. May mga nakita na ako, sir. Yan sa picture niyo yun, nakikita ako eh.
Yes, sir. Don't worry, sir, because we are now having a proposal on PCAARRD. I hope PCAARRD will approve it, particularly in collaboration with companies for the development of improved control and management and control measures sa banana. Kasama na yung monitoring sa other places. Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah, good morning and thank you for the presentation, Dr. Berlan. So I would like to know the cost of this technology, DNA probe kits.
Okay. For the services that we have there, we for qPCR we charge them with 1,200 before, and before the gasoline rise. Then 2,200 for the digital PCR because the chip itself is expensive. Now when the gasoline start, when we order the reagents already, boop. So in other words, the cost of the probe kit now is will range around 60 to 75,000. Presume before it's like 35 to 40,000 only because of the price of the supplier.
How many samples can you handle in a day?
Around 114 reactions.
Do you have an economic analysis?
Yes, sir.
on
We
this?
just made how much we can. That's why the computation of 2,200 was based on the cost of everything like that. And now we will adjust that one because of the rising cost of many things. So, and also we are coordinating with USMTBI for how much will it be once it is commercialized.
One thing that the technology can be used is in certification of this seedlings, especially those coming from the accredited nurseries. So it's BPI who's making the accreditation. What is the extent of your collaboration with BPI already?
Yeah, we have already talked with BPI, the NCSQS, about this technology, not only the cacao, but also on banana. And they are so happy having this, and it welcomes. Yeah, but even it's an open. They have an open mind that we have now the technology to really monitor in the tissue cultured seedlings like that, and even will help them in monitoring those materials that we have. So we have close collaboration with them. We have talked already with them.
Thank you.
As much as we want to entertain everyone's question, the time has run out for our question and answer round, and we will be proceeding with our next presenter.
For our next paper, from the Northern Mindanao Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, or NSAARRD, we have Dr. Fulgent P. Coritico to present their paper on Conserving Mindanao Mountain Ecosystems, Biodiversity as Frontier for Ecotourism Development and Sustainable Ecological Protection.
Dr. Fulgent P. Coritico is a graduate of the Doctor of Philosophy in Biology with a specialization in systematics program in 2018 from Central Mindanao University, Bukidnon. Currently, Dr. Coritico is an Associate Professor 5 at the CMU. He is a senior author and a co-author of 7 books and 73 published articles in Scopus or ISI-indexed and peer-reviewed journals in the field of taxonomy and biodiversity and co-authored 7 utility models. He has presented technical papers in local and international conferences and actively participated in several trainings, conferences, and symposia locally and internationally. Dr. Coritico is a member of the Philippine Plant Conservation Committee, organized by the Biodiversity Management Bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and a regular member of the National Research Council of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Fulgent P. Coritico.
Okay, a pleasant morning to everyone. So in behalf of our team headed by Dr. Victor B. Amoroso, I will be presenting to you our paper on Conserving Mindanao Mountain Ecosystems, Biodiversity as Frontier for Ecotourism Development and Sustainable Ecological Protection. So this is a 3-year research project funded by the DOST GIA with Central Mindanao University as the lead implementing agency and with our research collaborators from the UPLB Museum of Natural History, the National Museum of the Philippines, and Davao Oriental State University. So these are the researchers headed by Dr. Victor B. Amoroso and yours truly as the co-project leader. So Mindanao Island is the second largest island in the Philippines, and the island is home to different threatened endemic species of plants and animals. But however, many mountain ecosystems in Mindanao are not spared from these different activities. So we have here the conversion of the forest land into agricultural land. We have here the expansion of the human settlements, and there's a road expansion. And also we have here mining, which is very destructive, and we have illegal logging. And also we have here the overcollection or exploitation of our resources, especially during the time of pandemic. And also we have here the #1 invasive alien species of plant in Mindanao, which is the Piper aduncum. So the Mindanao Pambi Network, this is the network of all the protected areas in Mindanao, and they have identified their different research gaps. And as you can see here, biodiversity assessment or the resource management is the #1 research gap. So with this, they need information. What are the resources? What are the plants and animals can be found in these areas, so that they have the basis in protecting and conserving these protected areas. So that is why we have conducted this research with the following objectives. So first, identify what are the species of plants and animals found in the area, determine its diversity, and third, assess its ecological and conservation status, know whether the species are endemic or not endemic, or if they are threatened. And then fourth, prepare SEPA materials to enhance the biodiversity awareness. And fifth, we conduct a series of capability building activities for the different stakeholders related to biodiversity conservation. And then we provide database both for the flora and the fauna. And lastly, we recommend local ordinances and a science-based policy recommendation for the protection and conservation of our biodiversity and for ecotourism and livelihood options. So in order to achieve all these objectives, so we have here our methodology. So first, we obtain our PIC or the prior informed consent from the local communities, and then we obtain our gratuitous permit from the DNR. And with that, we have conducted a series of fieldwork. So we conducted a series of transit walks to document what are the species of plants and animals in the area, and also we established a 20 by 20 sampling plots to compute for its diversity. And also for the vertebrate and invertebrate fauna, we followed the standard protocol in capturing and documenting these species. And then we collected voucher specimens and also herbarium specimens, and these specimens were deposited in our university museum. And then we processed the data and analyzed the data and come up with this database. Now we have the offline database following the ACB or the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity Species Encoder, and also we have this online Sebram e-flora and fauna. And also with this project, we have conducted a series of trainings related to biodiversity monitoring system, and also we capacitated our local people or local researchers as a WEOs or wildlife enforcement officers. And also this project, we conducted propagation for the selected species, especially for the pitcher plants and the Tasmania. And also we have conducted activities related to the LCA or local conservation area and for ecotourism activities in the area. And lastly, we conducted community validation and we provided a science-based policy recommendations. And this is our study sites. So we have here Mount Pantaron and Mount Pantago. These two mountain ecosystems are not protected area, and they're located in the province of Bukidnon, in the central part of Mindanao. And also we have Mount Apo, of course. Now, this is the highest mountain in the Philippines, and this is a protected area, at the same time an ASEAN Heritage Park. And Mount Apo is located in the southern part of Mindanao. And lastly, we have Mount Hamigitan Range Wildlife Sanctuary, which is located in the southeastern part of Mindanao. And this area is a protected area and a ASEAN Heritage Park, at the same time a World UNESCO Heritage Site. So these are the results. So for the species composition or species richness, the highest number of plants were observed in Mount Hamigitan, followed by Mount Pantaron, and then Mount Apo, and least in Mount Tago. And for the vertebrates, the highest richness was observed in Mount Pantaron, followed by Mount Hamigitan, and then Mount Apo. And for the invertebrates, the highest richness was observed in Mount Hamigitan, Mount Pantaron, and then Mount Apo, and least in Mount Tago. So for the diversity indices for the trees and shrubs, so we have here Mount Tago obtained the highest diversity index compared to the other sites. And for the diversity indices for the vertebrate fauna, for the avifauna and for the mammals, we have here Mount Apo obtaining the highest diversity index. And for the herpetofauna, so we have here Mount Tago. So for the number of threatened and endemic species of plants and animals, so for the ferns, the highest number of threatened endemic species was observed in Mount Hamigitan. And for the trees, we have here also in Mount Hamigitan and other flowering plants in Mount Apo. And for the threatened endemic species of fauna, for the vertebrates, we have here Mount Pantaron obtaining the highest number of threatened endemic species, followed by Mount Hamigitan, Mount Apo, and least in Mount Tago. And for the threatened endemic species of invertebrates, the highest was observed in Mount Apo, followed by Mount Pantaron, and then Mount Hamigitan. So these are the new species of plants and animals that we discovered. So these plants is addition to the global biodiversity information about the richness of the flora and fauna in the Philippines. And most of these species, or all of the species, are endemic to the island of Mindanao. And many of these are site endemic species, just like this grass fern. This is Actinostachys minuta. So that's the smallest grass fern in the world. And it can be found only here in the Philippines, particularly in Mount Hamigitan. So what is unique about this plant is that this plant grows only on the trunk of tree ferns and nowhere else. And also, another interesting species, we have here a species named after the late Dr. Perry Ong. So this is Hypericum periongi. And this species is found only in Mount Hamigitan, also a site endemic species. So there's a really need for us to protect and conserve these species, because once these species are lost, they're gone forever, not only in Mindanao, not only in the Philippines, but worldwide. So we have documented a lot of threats, especially for the two non-protected areas. These are the threats in Mount Pantaron and Mount Tago. So that is why with this project, we are trying our best to come up with the resolution proclaiming these sites as a local conservation area. And these are the significant outcomes of the project. So we produce a database, both offline and online databases. And then we produce SEPA materials, different SEPA materials in the form of flyer, books, or pamphlets. And these SEPA materials were distributed to our different stakeholders. And of course, this project was able to produce 26 scientific papers. And these papers were published in the Scopus and Web of Science Index journal. And here, with the partnership of the DNR and Philippine Eagle, we were able to deputize our local researchers as a wildlife enforcement officer. So they're being now deputized by the DNR, and they are now regularly monitoring our area, which is the Mount Pantaron in Bukidnon. And also, we installed some signages for the ecotourism, because we are showcasing the different flora and fauna in the area. So we have done this activity. And also, we were able to map out and delineated the proposed LCA, which is Mount Pantaron, of course, with the help of the Philippine Eagle Foundation, also our partner, and the DNR. And of course, this project was able to come up with this resolution, starting with the barangay resolution from the local level. Then eventually, we have this provincial resolution, ordinance proclaiming Mount Pantaron as a local conservation area. And also, with this project, we have conducted a series of capability building activities related to ecotourism. And also, we established the nursery. This nursery, where they propagated some of the threatened endemic species of plants, and plants that can be used for the future ANR, or assisted natural regeneration, in the area. And also, this can be used as a source of livelihood for the local community. So what we have accomplished, for this project, we have documented around 2,399 species of plants and about 1,803 species of animals. And we have computed the diversity indices of these different plant group and animal groups. And also we have recorded about 296 threatened species of plants and animals, and of these, 425 endemic species of plants and animals were documented. And also, we profiled the ecological parameters in our sites, and also we established these biodiversity monitoring sites for regular monitoring, and also we conducted a propagation protocol for selected species of plants. And also with this project, we're able to publish 26 papers in a Scopus and Web of Science Index journal. And we have delineated an LCA, particularly for Mount Pantaron, and then we're able to deputize 20 local researchers as a wildlife enforcement officers, and then 80 members were capacitated. And then we're able to mentor 8 graduate students, and we have conducted 14 capability building activities, and also we have non-HCI partners with this project, and we produced this database for all our collections, and we provided checklists of the flora and fauna and shared with the DNR for legislative protection. And also we established the nursery for possible livelihood option of the community, and we have conducted ecotourism initiatives in Mount Pantaron. So before I end my presentation, we would like to thank, of course, the CMU, through SEBREM, our center, the UPLB, Museum of Natural History, Museum of the National Museum of the Philippines, the Dorso Davao Oriental State University, the DNR, and the different municipalities of this project, the Philippine Eagle Foundation. And I would like to end with this quote, that biodiversity is the only life support system of our planet. It is worth the risk.
Nakita ni kanda kamabasag no kayo, kamabasag no tano, ko kay ang dupakagkasa nga kanduko. So ayaw si
concern is, yes, you have produced a lot of papers. We are trying to conserve our natural resources, the fauna and the flora. Ang concern ko lang, if you will open the area for ecotourism, that will be one reason bakit mawawala yung materials natin. And then another one is, we know very well that the materials are exposed to biotic and abiotic factors in the field. So, sooner or later, mawawala din yon, especially yung sinasabi nyo, the threatened ones. And I'm more particular about the new species that you have discovered. So, I think they need to be protected. Are you not planning to have any alternative or complementary conservation technology or techniques in order to preserve them?
Yes, ma'am. No, we do acknowledge the importance of ecotourism because this can be served as a livelihood option, especially for the IPs. So with this concern, so when we say ecotourism, no, it should be sustainable. So we are showcasing our nature or our resources or our biodiversity, just like in Mount Pantaron, we discovered found only in that area. So with this, since we already know what are the threatened, we already provided the list of the threatened endemic species found in that particular area for potential ecotourism. So we are working closely with the LGU, ma'am, and of course the Senro, that this site, especially the area where the new species can be found, should be protected. Hindi pwede pupunta doon ang mga tourists, but we have here yung pinresent ko, ma'am, yung installation of some of the posters showcasing the unique flora and fauna that can be found in that area. So we only have a representative species so that the tourists can see, this is the pitcher plant.
Yes. By the way, my concern is we are conserving the materials in situ.
Yes, sir, in situ,
So,
yes, ma'am.
why not have an alternative conservation strategy?
Yes.
Getting them from the site
And
and,
then the
then
garden.
producing them in other,
Yes,
like the in vitro or in vivo.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we're doing that one in our center in CMU. We have the Center for Biodiversity Research and Extension in Mindanao. And part of our program is to do the conservation, exito conservation. So we collect, for ferns, we collect spores and then use these spores to mass propagate in the laboratory and try to nourish these plantlets and eventually in our garden. And for the new species po, we tried for some of the species, but it's very difficult to grow po, exito po.
That's my reason why we need to conserve them in different kasi mawawala
Yes
yon in
po.
situ. Tapos another concern is during the pandemic, di ba? There are a lot of materials coming from Mindanao, binibili ng anywhere
Yes.
in the Philippines.
That's really true.
So siguro yung mga na-identify yung materials doon sa mountains, baka wala na sila doon.
Yes, honestly, that's very true, ma'am. No, during the pandemic, we conducted field work in Bukid. Of course, they need money for livelihood, or they need money for food. So that is why with this project, in coordination with the Senro or the DNR and the LGU, so we conducted a awareness. So we conducted a training, inviting our IPs so that they will know, because they don't know that these plants are threatened or endemic or threatened and they're prohibited. It should not be collected. So with that, they were already educated that these plants should not be collected in the wild. So that is why in this project, ma'am, we have an ongoing extension project for this site, helping the IPs about alternative livelihood for them.
Actually, this is not local concern only. This is a national
Yes.
concern because we're talking about the heritage.
Yes, ma'am.
So, dapat na kalampagin din talaga yung mga funding agencies para mabigyan kayo ng funding. So, you need to collaborate with other agencies to do the work. Napakalaking trabaho nito.
Yes po, ma'am. Thank you po, ma'am.
Congratulations, Dr. Fulgent, and of course
the team. I have visited the place, I think, with Philarm also. And my question, because I've been to CMU several times, and this is still ongoing until now, and the efforts for conservation is still there.
Yes.
And I just like to ask, with this report, what is different from before and now? Because the approach seems similar, right? Involving the community, and it's the usual pattern we see when we try to look at conservation. So on what particular approach that you would say that somehow it made a difference on what you have previously done before? Because this project has also produced several species that were reported. So yun lang po yung gusto kong matanong. Ano ba yung difference? Kasi ito na pong, I congratulate you for the impact of the project. It really, I think, made a difference. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that question. So actually, the CMU, Central Mindanao University, especially our center, the Center for Biodiversity Research and Extension in Mindanao. So we've been conducting biodiversity studies in different parts of Mindanao. Especially, I was not yet part of CMU at that time in way back 2003 and 2004. The group headed by Dr. Amoroso, he is the one leading these efforts, conducting biodiversity research in different parts of Mindanao. And that site is Mount Hamigitan. So Mount Hamigitan, that's a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So with their project, they have produced so much. So they produce what are the species of plants and animals in the area, what are the vegetation types present. And with that, these data were used in proclaiming the area as an ASEAN Heritage Park, and at the same time as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So with this project, with the initiative, or with the techniques, or how Dr. Amoroso mentored us in CMU, so we use that technique to replicate in other sites. So that is why from Mount Hamigitan, actually Mount Hamigitan is very far from CMU, but we are still doing research now because we have this long-term partnership. So that is why we are making this project in our own province, especially in Bukidnon, in Mount Pantaron and Mount Tago, which really needs a higher a protection. So with that framework done in Mount Hamigitan, and also there's a big program funded by Sharka, also Dr. Amoroso leading that project in Mount Malindang. So they also produce so much publication and listing of all the economic species. So we are trying to replicate that one in other areas, especially in our own province in Mount Pantaron and in Mount Tago Range.
Congratulations to the team for coming up with a comprehensive research. Local government units are required to come up with comprehensive development plans, and one of the components is a tourism development plan. Given the result of your research, has these been presented to the LGUs, and have they made something out of the results of your research?
Yes, sir. So thank you for that question, sir. So actually, for all the sites, for Mount Pantaron and Hamigitan, there's no problem with the ecotourism because they're already established. But for the two sites in Mount Pantaron, especially in San Fernando and Bukidnon, we have presented all the data in the LGUs. We invited the LGUs, the IP communities for a community validation to present all the data that we gathered from the site. So it has already been presented, sir. And in fact, after the presentation, those data presented were used for the resolution, barangay resolution, and eventually the provincial resolution. And now, it's still ongoing, sir, for ecotourism. So actually, for Mount Pantaron, it's not for San Fernando. It's not yet open for the public. So we need to make sure that if we opened the site as an ecotourism, it should be the LGU or the IP should be ready, so that to make this sustainable. So because we have seen in some other parts, not only in Bukidnon, but in other areas, na inopen yung area, then what happened in that mountain, mga basura ang nandun. So we should make sure na hindi mangyayari yan in our site po.
Okay. I know there are still a lot more questions for Dr. Fritico, but due to the limited time, we need to proceed with our next presenter. So any further comments you can send it to us, and then we will forward it to Dr. Critico. Once again, please give it up to Dr. Fulgent P. Critico.
For the last presenter under the research category from the Central Luzon Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources and Development Consortium, or CLARDEC, we have a paper entitled Automated Mango Fruit Sorting Using Computer Vision System to be presented by Engineer Arlene C. Joaquin.
Engineer Arlene C. Joaquin obtained her master's in agricultural production chain management at Larenstein University in the Netherlands, where she also received the highest thesis mark in her multicultural batch specializing in post-harvest technology and logistics. Currently, she is the acting chief of the Agricultural Mechanization Division, one of the important R&D divisions of PhilMech, and is actively involved in projects on agricultural instrumentation and controls, as well as the development of digital and automated tools and machineries like moisture meters and optical sorters. Engineer Joaquin has served as an evaluator and reviewer in a number of reputable journals and as a technical working group member on various internal and external committees, specifically in agricultural mechanization and standards. She is considered as an important contributor to the intellectual property assets of PhilMech. Once more, here is Engineer Arlene C. Joaquin.
Pakiulit nga po sa umpisa. Sorry. Yes, okay. The potentials and promises of computer vision system has been explored by the Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization with our 100% locally developed computer vision system in automating mango sorting. With me is Engineer Richard Abela, who's here with me also in this project. But why mango and why mango sorting? Let me take you to the industry of mango. Just like banana, ito po ay nagpo-provide ng livelihood to about 2.5 million farmers. So this serves also as an important economy of contributed in the economy of the country. It is our third leading fruit export, next to banana and pineapple. And also, it is very interesting that 97% of our export is in pressed form. Ito po yung ating mangga na press, ang ina-export natin. But sadly and unfortunately, only about 3% of our annual production is being exported. But why? Because our mango fails to meet the strict quality requirement and compliance to standards of our importing countries like Japan, South Korea, and other Asian countries that we have been exporting. Sorting and eventually grading are very important parts before marketing. So it improves our value ng ating commodity when we do sort and grade our technology. And it is a must. Hindi ka po pwedeng pumunta ng global market without sorting. So, but looking at how we do it in our country as well as in the other neighboring countries around us, ito po ang ating traditional sorting. Napaka-subjective. It is non-consistent also. Depende sa lugar, depende po sa season. Those are things that made it inconsistent. And also, ang dami po niyong nire-require na labor. And also, it is very slow and laborious looking at this picture. And then also, since ito po ay mere estimation, ito po ay prone to errors. And the recent study po ng PCAARRD and PhilMech, sinasabi po na yung pong ating sorting error accounts for about 40%, and that's so many. Mechanization and automation in fruit and vegetable sorting is not new. Actually, our international markets are flooded with this. Those are the weight-based sorting machines. We also have the size-based na mga machines po. And the very promising computer vision systems which are being used for oranges, apples in other countries. But why don't we have here? Wala po tayo yan dito. And anybody cannot see it here in the Philippines. Primarily because of the prohibitive cost. Kapag po imported, it's really very expensive. And also, the after-sales services that we have for this imported, napakahirap po yan. And also, the spare parts in availability. So those are the reasons that we have tried to explore the possibility of making our own local development of this system. So ito po, we started with this, and with a series of iteration, we have come up with the final prototype that we'll be presenting at this. So ito po yung kanyang graphical user interface. So clearly po, pinapakita that really there's a lack of an objective or an accurate alternative para po ma-improve naman ang efficiency ng mango sorting, which will, we aim to improve the efficiency and increase the potential of our market. Lagi po natin nakikita sana yung ating mangga sa ibang bansa. Our objective is to produce one or to develop a technically, not just technically, but financially feasible technology that will improve the efficiency of sorting mango fruits for now, but eventually for other fruits and vegetables as well. We have 3 specific objectives: develop the unit, and then we have to see and assess its technical and financial feasibility. And number 3, and it is very important, we have to see how it is being accepted by the industry and all its stakeholders. So what have we done? So we have divided our methodology in 3 parts. Yung una po, we have developed the unit, yung hardware, meaning how it looks like, the machine itself. And also the most critical part is the image processing module po. So, and then also we validated both the software, the algorithm, and also the hardware that we have done for this. Next, after that, nung na-develop na po namin, we subjected this to technical performance, including but not limited to 2 levels of sorting. Yung una po is the quality or the defects recognition. This is limited for the external defects. And also the size or the weight classification, sorry, too big. And firmness test, we did some firmness test kasi po ito ay rotating. And also we did some partial budget analysis of 2 situations po. And then of course, kagaya po nung nasabi kanina, we need to know, is it acceptable? So we measure the acceptability in terms of effectiveness, compatibility, complexity, and ease of use. In a nutshell, ito po yung algorithm. So once we manually fed the mango po, dadaan ito dun sa imaging chamber. So ang unang sorting niya po is on the physical defects. So titingnan po niya yan while ini-image niya, meron na po siyang analysis. Paano po itong na-analyze? So tinrain po namin yung system. Can I have water please? Thank you. Tinrain po yan namin yung system. Ito po ay defect, so basahin mo siya. And then i-recognize din po niya yung good. And then yung iba po naman, pagkayari po na, sorry. Oh, sorry. Nawala po, pasensya na po. Stop my time, please. Yan, so yan po. So it's in a nutshell, this is, pakikita ko din naman po yan mamaya. And then as we process the image, nag-detect na po siya ng kanyang quality. The second stage sorting, we use this algorithm based on the studies of Bermudez. Kinuha po namin yung transverse cut method and also the in pixels po. So these are the parameters that we measure po to get its accuracy and precision and the perceived social acceptance. What have we got? So ito na po yung final prototype unit that we have developed. It consists of 2 levels of sorting. Yung una nga po is quality and the other one is the size. Ito po yung kanyang graphical user interface para po ma-check namin kung tama yung ibinibigay niyang measurement. Let me take you to this journey papunta at paano po niyang minimeasure. So manually fed para po hindi magkahawa-hawa at malagyan ng latex. So this is acceptable level po sa industry. Once po na-detect, mag-open po yung kanyang actuator. So papasok yung mangga, and then i-image na po niya yan. So pag na-detect na po niya, so like this one, meron siyang Lewis's. So mariread niya po yan, and then it will go directly. Kapag po reject, meron na siyang first rejection na bin. And then the others would be source out based po sa size. And we are using 3 standards. We have BOPS, the DOL, and yun pong codex. These are the 3 familiar po na ginagamit sa industry. Okay, so yan po. So meron po yung graphical user interface din para na-check namin kung tama. So this has been tested po sa laboratory and in 3 areas po in Region 1. So how it does, in terms of its technical performance. So kung makikita po natin dito, ang highest po na accuracy that we've got is 96.55 po sa Del Monte na standards. So all others, ang tolerance po siniset ng mga standards is yung 10 po is acceptable but 5 is the premium standard. So 5% error. So titingnan po natin. So among the three classifications nga po, Del Monte yung may highest. Ito po yung sa first stage, which is the quality. Sa second stage naman po, tinignan din natin yung accuracy and precision, and we're getting the highest from the codex, which is 94.44. And remember, we can always increase this because kami po yung nag-set na mga criteria. Okay, so ito po yung sa technical. In terms ng technical, ito po yung aming nakuha. So in summary, kapag po machine yung dinidevelop, we have to establish the performance or the technical specifications para po ito ay tingnan kung comparable dun sa mga existing. And with the existing system po, by the way, I forgot to mention, 5 seconds po yung system to measure, to sort the single mango po. 5 seconds. So ito po yung kanyang capacity for now, but we can always increase this kasi kami po ay nagsiset ng limits. So it can sort around 720 to 800 fruits po per hour. And ang kaya lang po niya ay hanggang 500 pieces po yung naka-design sa kanya for now. And the grade level number, we have small, medium, extra large, and off-size. Ang off-size po, this can be mas maliit or mas malaki doon sa nakaset. And like I said, meron pong 3 standards na available. So tingnan naman po natin yung financial. So kinumpare po natin siya doon po sa existing na ginagawa po ng ating mga mango growers. So meron pong 2 scenario. Ito ay no double sorting, the usual. Nag-manual ka, ako gumamit ng CBS. So with this po, nabawasan yung labor cost niya. Definitely, kasi po ang ginagamit nila is around 20 sa kanila pong manual na sorting. And with us, we can always use 1 lang or 2. The maximum is 2. But 1 can do that. So we have around 346 po na potential na benefits po ng ating mga growers with the 11.5 hectares na coverage po ng ating cooperators. Another scenario, nag-double sort siya. Bakit po siya nag-double sort? Meron po, dahil mali po yung sorting, pinapaulit po ito. And that accounts for around 30 on the minimum, 30% of the total sorted mangoes. So nagkakaroon po siya ng additional na gain benefits pa kung gagamitin natin yung CBS with its accuracy. So yun po yung on the financial performance ng machine. In summary, hindi lang po monetary yung makukuha nating gain kapag po ginamit yung ating CBS. So faster sorting operation and ease of operation, nakita naman po natin, madali lang siyang gamitin. Hindi na nila kailangang maupo sa lapag and all. And also, this is very important, the trust and confidence of our clients. Kasi alam niya na tama yung ating sorting na ginagawa. And also, we can sort anytime if we want, the need is there. Kasi nandiyan lang yung machine. Ang isang problema po sa industry, yung pong panagsabay-sabay, ang harvest, wala pong makuhang tao. And this is a very good intervention kasi talagang dumadayo pa po sila. Kumukuha sila ng ibang laborers sa ibang neighboring po nilang mga towns. So that's very important. Tinignan namin yung acceptability sa kanilang potential users. This includes the members of the cooperators. We have around 5 cooperators, but we only considered 3 dito po sa analysis na ito. We have the Pangasinan, kung kilala niyo po yun. Yung organization po ng mango growers sa Pangasinan. We also have from Ilocos Sur, and we also have from La Union, and also some part of Nueva Ecija po na merong mangga. So, ginamit po namin. And among dito po sa mga parameters, we can see na yung quality output, yung lesser time, And yung ease of use, parang hindi po yata nakatapat. Anyway, and the ease of use and gender-friendly features of the technology are the most liked technology. I mean features of these. Ang proseso po sa amin when we do a machine, we include our potential end users. So umpisa pa lang po kasama namin sila. And each time that we are doing an improvement, pinapatingnan po namin sa kanila so that pagkayari po ng machine, we will be very sure na gagamitin nila ito based on their needs. With that, we can conclude that really the system is technically feasible and performs within the local and international standards. Very important po ito. So with what I presented, yung first level sorting po niya can give a 96.55 and even higher kung gugustuhin po nating isama doon sa system. And also, the precision of 100%. That's very high. So kami po ay very confident in the accuracy and precision of this locally developed machine that we have. And also, yung second stage niya, nakita din po natin. And what's good in this technology, isang technology lang po, nadala na niya yung dalawang sorting. Sa field po, iba yung nag-analyze or nagsusort ng quality doon sa size. With this, isang pasada lang siya. You can have those two sorting levels that we need in the industry. The system gained favorable perceived acceptability to potential adopters. So nakita po natin kanina on the features that we have. So you might be wondering, umiikot siya. Isa din po yun sa ating tiningnan. Hindi po ba siya nabugbog or what? In the paper, it was included po na wala po siyang significant difference dun sa ginamit sa manual. Okay, so yung pong mga suggestion ng ating mga feedbacks from our potential end users, tinignan po namin, and these are all doable. Dahil ito po ay sa atin ginawa. So we can always improve on the system, whether it's the hardware or the algorithm that we're using. And the last, we can say that the system has the potential to provide both monetary and non-monetary benefits. This is very important to note dahil ang ating pong investment or ang ating pong intervention would not be feasible kung hindi rin sila mag-gain financially. So initial studies saying that, and ito po ay ating nakita kanina sa mga result. So for sustainability, so since ito po ay local, we can always customize. Kung meron pong bagong standard na requirement ang ating industry, we can always input it. We can do some calibration para po maisama natin. And also, it has the capability of rounded fruits. Yung avocado po, we will try kasi nag-export na din po tayo ng avocado for now. So those other fruits pa po. And also, yung ating pong local manufacturers would be benefited din dito. And this is actually not a recommendation, but for sustainability purposes, next year po ito po ay naka-program to be tried in the exports, So exporters po yung titingin ito based on their actual capacity and also for other circular vegetables. Kinulang ako ng boses. Anyway, so this technology was awarded the best or the most outstanding creative research po in 2021 by the DOST TOPI in recognition of its potential benefit to the S&T community. That's all, and I am Arlene Joaquin. Good morning to all.
Judges, the floor is now open for your questions to Engineer Joaquin.
Thank you, Ma'am Arlene. My first question is, are you aware that there is an image data generator being used in Mango in other countries?
Yes, ma'am.
How does it differ with your CBS?
Ma'am, sa kanila, ang ginagamit po nila yung laser, so IR technology. With this one, we're using camera, a very simple camera. That's why it's very affordable, yung system, because we have made use of that. Although it is limited to the physical defects or the external defects, it is still comparable with the cost kung ikukumpara po natin doon sa mga imported.
because the image data generator that they were using, they can characterize or
Yes, ma'am.
including the color, the size, the shape, and even the texture of the fruit. So
Yes,
there are four characteristics being analyzed in one setting.
Yes, ma'am. This is an initial attempt, so we are positive that we can all do those considerations in the future. But yes po, we will do that, ma'am. But that's very positive po kami dyan na kakayanin po natin.
Yes, my other concern is you did not mention about anything about maturity of the fruit. So the maturity of the fruit will dictate the quality and the shelf life.
Yes, ma'am.
So we need to consider that maybe in.
Yes, ma'am. Yung maturity po ng fruits can be correlated to two characteristics. Una po yung color and also yung weight, since habang nahihinog po yan ay nababago. Yung weight po, we have considered that in the second level of sorting. So yung color, ma'am, we can all add that, ma'am. Pero kasi internal po kasi yung kukuhanin, that's why for now we cannot include that in the camera po. Yes, sir.
Hello. My question is, if I were to invest, how much does it cost that machine? And kailan ako kuha ng turnover para kikita na ako?
Yes, sir. For the cost, I have included in the paper, and it's also a basis for our partial budget analysis. With the development of this, our fabrication cost is around 168,000 only, as compared to the existing price of our of the imported ones. Yung pinakamaliit po nila would cost us 1 million to 6 million. This just costs around 168,000. That's the fabrication cost, of course. For the economic return, sir, hindi pa po namin siya sinasama usually sa office, but we will do that during po dun sa actual po niyang actual na tawag dito, immersion po dun sa susunod naming level, which will be done next year, sir. So I will get back to your question next year, sir. Yes, sir. Hopefully in this stage also. So that's just a wishful thinking. Yes po. Meron pa po. Wala na po yata? Yes, sir.
Thank you po for your presentation. I would just like to clarify some things about the partial budget analysis.
Yes, sir.
Because it was mentioned earlier that manual sorting results to 30% to 40% error.
Yes po.
And in connection to partial budget analysis, have we considered the value of misclassified fruits as a potential reduction in benefit in our benefit cost in our partial budget analysis?
Yes, sir. We did consider, sir, iba po yung price nung part na damage, saka, sir, iba yung price nung premium. It was in the paper po, I think, that we presented. But yes, sir, we did consider that in the partial budget analysis.
Another one po, it is interesting that the use of the machine will reduce the labor by 18. Because in the assumption, 20 yung
Yes, sir.
kailangan sa manual. And if the machine will be used, only 2.
Yes, sir.
Ano kaya yung pwedeng mangyari doon sa 18 people who will no longer be having their opportunity to work to sort?
Actually, sir, kaya po din isang naisip po namin yan noon is kulang na rin po ng labor talaga. Kasi kapag po nag-harvest or the harvest season for mango, halos sabay-sabay po. So talagang yung 20 po nila, mostly ang nagtatrabaho po sa kanila are family labor. So sila talaga yung napipilitang gumawa ng sorting and harvesting ng mango kasi wala na po silang makuha. So with the question na saan po sila mapupunta, we don't think there will be that much displaced people po with the introduction of this machinery po. Yes,
Follow
sir.
up on that. Maybe you should include that in your next stage analysis.
Yes, sir.
To
we
really
will.
ascertain the offset, if there is an offset on labor utilization or if there is none. You really need you will need an economist to be in your team.
Yes po,
to
sir.
determine
Sa
that.
next level po, yung next year po namin, an economist will be there po.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And
That's
also looking at the possible upscaling of its utilization like other fruits, then that can be possible future benefits also.
Yes po, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for that.
Good morning, and thank you for that presentation, Engineer Arlene. Well, my question is related to the physical defects brought about by, of course, other factors like scab and wind scar. So, in terms of sorting, it can also be can the machine detect this?
Yes, sir. It can be detected na damage siya. But at this level po, hindi niya po identified if what kind of damage. But all those physical or external defects po na nandun sa skin ng is finid namin sa system that it should be recognized as damage. Of course, considering the tolerance po na binibigay ng standards. Kasi may tolerance naman din po eh. Kahit may konti siyang scab, kung konti lang naman at within the tolerable limit po ng standard, hindi po niya dinidetect yun na reject. It is still considered as a good quality mango po. But to answer your question, sir, yes, it is being detected po.
As regards to the capacity of the machine, it's 5 seconds per foot or 720 per
Yes,
hour.
sir. Yes, sir.
When you are in the field or in the farm, ang ginagawa dyan ng mga farmers, of course, sama-sama na yan eh. And you mentioned that this is, the loading is manually done. So do you have in the future to still improve the machine, having a automatic loading system as an integral part of the machine?
We actually included that, sir, sa design. But then again, nung pumunta po kami doon sa potential users and the industry itself, when we presented this to NMAT or the National Mango Action Team, the industry po is not into any automatic sorting po ng magtatabi-tabi yung mangga because of the latex. Very critical po yung latex. So kapag po hindi siya manually fed individually, may possibility na yung latex po would be a problem kasi mapupunta siya dun sa ibang sa ibang mangga na kasabay niya. Or could be another method po siguro that would limit the touching po of each mango dun sa loading. Could be possible, sir.
But when you do the grade or sorting in a particular facility like sa mga exporters, no?
Yes, sir.
Yung mga farmers kasi sama-sama na yan dinadala doon eh. So in terms of kung magkakaroon ng latex sasama doon sa iba, nangyayari na yon during that from the harvesting up to the handling going to the facility na exporter.
Yes, sir. What we also found out sa field po, iba-iba po yung time ng kanilang sorting. There are those who are sorting pagkayari na po nilang mawash. So there will be no problem. And then there are those naman po na nagsusort pa din ng hindi pa nila nalilinis. So those are the limitations on the timing of sorting. But mostly, sir, kasi we're trying to cater po sana kasi yung farmer para ma-improve yung kanilang pagbebenta para mas maganda sana at nakasort na. So we're trying to cater po din po sana sa kanila. And if it's farmers and the consolidated stores and the cooperatives po na nag-handle ng mangga, they really don't wash pa din po yung mangga. So yun, sir, yung contamination po would still continue kasi po hindi pa po siya. During those transports, sir, meron pa rin mga latex, sir, siya. So, pagka, sir, kasi nagkauntog-untog during, damage pa rin po ng latex.
So, it's good to know na sa farmers level pa lang, yun ang mas di ba? Recommended stage of the process.
Yes,
no?
sir. Ang laki po. Opo. Yung ang laki, sir, kasi ng difference when, of course, when you sell ng sorted na unlike they will sell ng mix talaga, binabarat pa sila sometimes kasi makikita naman po. Unlike pag sana na-encourage sila in an organization to sort it. So tried to introduce this technology. And okay naman po yung reception nila, maganda naman din, sir. So yun po. But with other fruits, sir, it can be possible to have an automatic loader like the avocado that we're telling, pwede naman, sir. So maybe an option for the technology. It's the machine, sir. If it will be used for other fruits and vegetables, pwede naman, sir, namin lagyan ng automatic na loader. Wala na po.
Is there anyone from our audience who would like to ask our presenter? I think we have a question from our live viewer. Is it question, ma'am, for our live viewer from K-Lex Laurito. Is it conformed po to just the physical appearance and aspects of mango? How about those infected with diseases as well? From ERDB, RDEC po.
Kagaya po nung nasabi ko, the limitation of the machine is that hindi niya kayang i-penetrate what's inside doon sa mangga. But all other aspects, like yung effect, dahil may insect siya, like magkakaroon siya ng physical defects, makikita po lahat yun. Thank you po for that one.
I think that is all po. Thank you very much, Engineer Joaquin.
Thank you very much po.
And that is our last presenter in the research category. Once again, thank you to our participating authors for your presentation. Everyone, please give them a big round of applause. To our online viewers, we would like to remind you to accomplish the Customer Satisfaction Feedback or CSF through the link that is currently flashed on your screens and also posted in the comment section of this live streaming platform so you can get your e-certificate of participation. For now, we will be taking a break. However, we are not yet done. Coming up are the presentations of the top scientific papers under the development category. Please stay tuned. The NSAARRD 2023 will be right back.
This program is in support of Galing PCAARRD initiatives nationwide. Sa tuwing nababanggit ang lugar na Los Baños, ano nga ba ang unang pumapasok sa isip ng mga tao? Alamin natin!
Tiri o palay.
Buko pie. Maria Maki.
Mernel's chocolate cake.
Boy Scout.
Pero ano nga ba talaga ang mayroon sa Los Baños? Ang Los Baños ay isang bayan sa lalawigan ng Laguna na tinaguriang Special Science and Nature City of the Philippines. Dahil sa ambag nito sa sining at agham. Dito rin matatagpuan ang ilang institusyon at ahensya na nagsusulong at nagpapalawak ng kaalaman ukol sa agham at teknolohiya. Sa unang episode ng Lakbay Galing, lalakbayin natin ang bayan ng Los Baños hindi lang bilang isang lugar, kundi isang pamayanan na may angking talento, yaman at pagpapahalaga sa siyensya at agrikultura. Kaya ano pang hinihintay nyo? Tara na't lakbayin ang galing ng Los Baños! Food security. Isa sa mga issue na kinakaharap ng mga kababayan natin ngayon na mas pinaigting pa ng pandemyang COVID-19. Ayon sa Department of Agriculture, mayroon naman tayong sapat na supply ng pagkaing agrikultura pero hindi ito makarating sa mga consumers dahil sa mga nagdaang community quarantine. Ito ay isa lamang sa mga dahilan kung bakit nagkakaroon ng food supply shortage sa maraming bahagi ng bansa.
Alam naman nating lahat na ngayong COVID, sobrang ang unang-unang pangangailangan natin ay isang masustansya at ligtas na pagkain na madali nating makuha, especially sa ating komunidad o ating mga bahayan o mga barangay.
Katuwang ang DOST card ng Bureau of Plant Industry o BPI sa pamamahagi ng mga butong pananim at planting materials sa mga magsasaka at interesadong individual. Ang mga butong pananim na ito ay maaaring itanim ng paulit-ulit at nakasisigurado sila na hindi maapektuhan ang yield performance ng mga butong ito. Kaya naman, inirerekomenda sa mga beneficiaries nito na alagaan ang mga buto para naman sa susunod na planting season. Isa sa mga epekto ng pandemya ang pagkawala ng trabaho o di kaya naman ay kakulangan sa pang-araw-araw na kita.
Ang biodiversity ay sari buhay sa wikang Filipino. Ito ay ang pagkakaiba-iba at pagkakaugnay ng lahat ng may buhay, tulad ng halaman, hayop at microorganisms. Ang Pilipinas ay isang biodiversity hotspot. Mayaman ang ating bansa sa biodiversity o sari buhay, ngunit mataas ang panganib ng pagkasira nito. Kabilang ang bansa sa top global conservation priority areas dahil halos 700 species ay nasa endangered status na. Isa ang bansa sa lumagda sa Convention on Biological Diversity o CBD. Kinikilala ng CBD ang kahalagahan ng sari buhay at ang pananagutan ng tao sa pangangalaga, pagpapanatili at sa patas at wastong paggamit ng mga yaman na ito. Alinsunod sa misyon ng CBD, ang DOST PCAARRD ay bumuo ng Biodiversity Science and Technology Program. Ang programa ay naglalayong pangalagaan ang sari buhay at linangin at paunlarin ang mga produktong mula rito.
Tinagurian ng Pilipinas bilang Center of Marine Biodiversity in the World at ang Verde Island Passage bilang Center of Marine Biodiversity. Sa katunayan, 22,000 species or 1/3 sa 70,000 mollusks sa buong mundo ay matatagpuan sa ating bansa. Ano nga ba ang mollusks? Dito sa episode na ito, ating malalaman ang iba't ibang uri at ang kahalagahan nila sa ating araw-araw na pamumuhay. Gayon din sa ating saribuhay or biodiversity.
Adobong pusit, baked tahong, oysters, scallops, ginataang suso, pugita. Naisip mo na ba ang lutuing Pilipino kung wala ang mga masasarap na pagkain na ito? Pero alam mo ba kung anong uri ng yamang dagat sila? Sila ay tinatawag na mollusks. Napakaraming masarap na mollusk sa ating bansa.
Ang mga mollusks ay ang pangalawang pinakamalaking grupo or phylum ng mga animals. Sila ay pinag-uugnay ng 3 parte ng katawan. Unang-una, meron silang foot na ginagamit nila sa locomotion o pagkilos. Meron din silang mantle na siyang nagpuproduce ng shell at ang shell mismo.
May mga mollusk na may shell at mayroon din namang wala. May 5 klase ng mollusk: gastropods, bivalves, cephalopods, polyplacophora, at scaphopoda. Ngunit 3 lamang sa mga ito ang naitalang commercially important sa Panay Island. Ang gastropods ay mga mollusk na mayroong isang shell. Kabilang dito ang suso, abalone at sea hares. Ang bivalves naman ay mga mollusk na may 2 shell, katulad ng clams o kabibi, oysters o talaba, mussels o tahong, at scallops. Ang isa pang uri ng mollusk ay tinatawag na cephalopods. Mayroon itong 3 uri. May shell sa loob tulad ng pusit at cuttlefish. May shell sa labas tulad ng chambered nautilus. At mayroon ding walang shell tulad ng octopus. Anuman ang uri nila, masarap silang lahat.
Aming project, MOLPAN, in short, is a study on the biology and utilization of commercially important mollusk species dito sa Panay Island. Commercially important means the species are harvested to be sold. Therefore, nagbibigay sila ng income sa mga fishers at sa mga vendors.
Ang proyekto ay ang kauna-unahang gumawa ng isang komprehensibong inventaryo ng mga mollusk species sa Panay Island, kung saan sila ay niranggo ayon sa ilang batayan. Tinutukoy ng proyekto kung alin sa mga species ang pinakamalimit na hinuhuli, pinakamataas ang commercial value, at pinakakaunti ang nailathala na impormasyon o published information. Ang mga binanggit ay ang mga kriteriya na ginagamit sa pagpili ng tinatawag na target species. Ginawa ito upang ma-prioritize ang mga species para sa mga susunod na mas detalyadong pag-aaral. Base sa resulta ng proyekto, sa kasalukuyang 115 mollusk species na naitala sa Panay Island, 48 rito ay bivalves, 55 ang gastropods, at 12 naman ang cephalopods. Maaari pa itong madagdagan sa patuloy na pag-aaral ng mga eksperto. Napag-alaman din sa pag-aaral na ang commercially important mollusk species dito ay ang lukos o Indian squid, ang picab de color o senatorial scallop, at ang pinaka-commercially important sa kanila, ang wasay-wasay o tarab o comb pen shell. Nakabuo ang proyekto ng isang field guide na magagamit sa pagkilala ng mga species sa katubigan at sa laboratorio. Ibinahagi nila ito sa mga eskwelahan, mga mananaliksik at lokal na pamahalaan. Maaari rin itong makita sa DOST website. Mayroon pang ibang mga impormasyon na kinalap ang proyekto tulad ng fisheries profile, population dynamics, at reproductive biology. Makakatulong ang mga ito para makabuo ng science-based management guidelines at recommendations sa tamang paggamit ng mga species.
Unang-una, nalaman na natin, no, may listahan tayo, may description tayo at pictures ng mga species sa pamamagitan ng ating field guide. So alam na natin kung ano ang mga commercially important mollusk species na nag-e-exist sa Panay, kung saan sila makikita, no, yung kanilang distribution and occurrence. Anong mga fishing gear at methods ang nanghuhuli sa kanila, gaano kadami ang nahuhuli at kung anong months ng taon at ilan ang involved na fishers. Pwede na natin ngayon ma-compare ang mga resulta nung nakaraan, no, kung published yung mga studies na yon, at sa future, meaning we can show trends in exploitation. It is easier to plan, no, when baseline data exists. Based on this, we can also plan on adding value through innovative processing to the most abundant species, no, para sa ganoong paraan mas malaki pang income ang makukuha ng ating mga fishers at saka yung mga processors. Based on the results of this project, policymakers in the LGUs can craft resolutions sa tamang paghuhuli sa mga pinakamadami at importanteng species na mga binanggit ko. In science, biodiversity o saribuhay ay nagpapahayag ng kalusugan, no, or health and long-term viability ng ating environment. Mas maraming species, mas matibay ang ugnayan ng iba't ibang species, so mas healthy ang ating ecosystem. Pag ito ay nasira, hindi lang ang mga mangingisda ang mawawalan ng hanapbuhay, tayong lahat ay mawawalan din ng pagkain. Sa ating mga kamay, nakasalalay ang pangangalaga ng ating saribuhay. Simulan natin sa ating mga mollusk species. Di bukas, di next week, hindi rin next year, kundi ngayon na habang nandyan pa sila.
Ating natunghayan ang isang proyekto ng DOST PCAARRD Biodiversity SNT Program. Ang proyektong ito ay bahagi din ng NITS Center for R&D in the Regions. Maaasahan ninyo na laging nakasuporta ang DOST PCAARRD, hindi lamang sa saribuhay sa kalupaan, gayon din sa katubigan. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pagtangkilik hanggang sa susunod na episode.
Halos
Ang biodiversity ay sari-buhay sa wikang Filipino. Ito ay ang pagkakaiba-iba at pagkakaugnay ng lahat ng may buhay. Tulad ng halaman, hayop at microorganisms. Mayaman ang ating bansa sa biodiversity o sari-buhay. Ngunit mataas ang panganib ng pagkasira nito. Isa ang bansa sa lumagda sa Convention on Biological Diversity o CBD. Kinikilala ng CBD ang kahalagahan ng sari-buhay. Alinsunod sa misyon ng CBD, ang DOST PCAARRD ay bumuo ng Biodiversity Science and Technology Program. Ang programa ay naglalayong pangalagaan ang sari-buhay at linangin at paunlarin ang mga produktong mula rito. Oh my gulay! Chef, may baboy! Sa unang parte ng ating episode, tinalakay natin ang proyekto tungkol sa mga katutubong gulay na pinangunahan ng grupo ni na Dr. Lorna Sister ng University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Sa ating pagpapatuloy, kilalanin naman natin ang ating mga katutubong baboy. Ang mga katutubong baboy ay matatagpuan sa halos lahat ng mga kapuluan dito sa ating bansa. Sila ay may kakayahang mabuhay at magparami kahit sa mababang uri ng pag-aalaga dahil sa kanilang taglay na adaptation traits o katangiang mag-adapt sa lokal na kondisyon. Alam niyo bang meron ng lahi ng katutubong baboy na pinabuti at pinaunlad sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya? Sa pangunguna ng Marinduque State College, nagsagawa ng isang R&D program na pinamagatang Conservation, Improvement, and Profitable Utilization of the Philippine Native Pigs na naglalayong magkaroon ng mahusay na katangian at kalidad ang mga katutubong baboy sa pamamagitan ng organized breeding and selection. Katuwang sa programang ito ang Nueva Vizcaya State University, Kalinga State University, Benguet State University, Isabela State University, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, National Swine and Poultry R&D Center, at Eastern Samar State University. Ang proyektong ito ay kabilang sa Niche Centers in the Regions o NSAARRD program sa ilalim ng Science for Change program ng Department of Science and Technology.
We already conducted R&D program which includes 3 complementary projects. This is on conservation, improvement, and profitable utilization of Philippine native pig. The project 1 deals on characterization, setting the definition of native pig, selection, and establishing the appropriate mating system, which we follow assortative mating or mating true to type. The project 2 is the support services to match the genetics with the natural farming condition, adapting the low input production system. The project 3 is the value chain and support or policy studies. It documents the economic and market forces affecting or supporting the native pig industry. We also established the Marcaduque Research and Development Center to organize and institutionalize all research and development efforts and initiatives. This is under the NSAARRD, the NEAT Center in the region for Research and Development Program.
Ang programa ay nakapagsagawa ng isang organized community-based breeding and selection, free-range management, marketing and distribution strategies, upang makatipid, mapabuti, at magamit ng kapaki-pakinabang ang mga katutubong baboy. Sa pamamagitan nito, naitaas ng may higit 70% ang purity at pagkakapareho o uniformity ng 6 na uri ng katutubong baboy. Ito ay ang Marcaduque sa Marinduque, Q-Black sa Quezon, Benguet sa Benguet, Sinirangan sa Eastern Samar, Yuka sa Kalinga, Isabela sa Isabela, Vizcaya sa Nueva Vizcaya. Ang ating mga katutubong baboy naman ay mula sa 5 species ng baboy na matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas. Ito ay ang Philippine Warty Pig na matatagpuan lamang sa Luzon at Mindanao, Palawan Bearded Pig na isang subspecies ng Indonesia, ngunit na iproklamang natatangi sa Pilipinas, Visayan Warty Pig na matatagpuan lamang sa Panay, Bohol at ilang bahagi ng Visayas, Mindoro Warty Pig na matatagpuan sa Mount Iglit, Baco, sa Occidental Mindoro, at ang Sus Mindanensis na matatagpuan sa Tawi-Tawi at Sulu. Ang mga katutubong baboy natin ay may mas mahusay na kalidad ng karne kumpara sa mga commercial hybrid pigs. Mayroon na tayong mga dekalidad na breeders ng katutubong baboy na maaaring gamitin ng mga maliliit at komersyal na native pig producers. Nakarating kay Marvin Agustin, artista at isang celebrity chef, ang tungkol sa katutubong baboy mula sa Marinduque, ang Marcaduque. Kaya naman bumisita siya sa Marcaduque R&D Center. Narito ang kanyang masasabi.
Compared with commercial hybrid pig breeds, the Marcaduque native pig boasts of high quality meat. This is already proven by studies. Moreover, due to research and development initiatives initiated by DOST PCAARRD, the Marcaduque native pig breeds characteristics that are more uniform. This means that any given meat from Marcaduque native pig will have the same tenderness, flavor profile, weight, among others. Aside from the uniformity in terms of characteristics, we can say that we can be proud of a high-quality meat product that is truly Filipino.
Tunay nga namang may pagmamalaki natin ang mga pagkaing sariling atin, tulad ng mga katutubong gulay at baboy na itinampok dito sa Saraybuhay. Mas nakita natin ang halaga ng mga ito sa tulong ng Biodiversity S&T program na nakatuon sa pagkonserba at likas kayang paggamit ng mga produktong saribuhay.
Saribuhay, 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 saribuhay. Sa saribuhay lahat tayo'y magkakaugnay. Sa tulong ng agham at teknolohiya, hawak natin ang tagumpay. Ang kalikasan ay kayamanan, ang pagkalinga ng ating tahanan. Magkabibisik at tayo'y magkaisa. Saribuhay, saribuhay,
biodiversity ay sari buhay sa wikang Filipino. Ito ay ang pagkakaiba-iba at pagkakaugnay ng lahat ng may buhay. Tulad ng halaman, hayop at microorganisms. Mayaman ang ating bansa sa biodiversity o sari buhay. Ngunit mataas ang panganib ng pagkasira nito. Isa ang bansa sa lumagda sa Convention on Biological Diversity o CBD. Kinikilala ng CBD ang kahalagahan ng sari buhay. Alinsunod sa misyon ng CBD, ang DOST PCAARRD ay bumuo ng Biodiversity Science and Technology Program. Ang programa ay naglalayong pangalagaan ang sari buhay at linangin at paunlarin ang mga produktong mula rito. Oh my gulay! Chef, may baboy! Sa unang parte ng ating episode, tinalakay natin ang proyekto tungkol sa mga katutubong gulay na pinangunahan ng grupo ni na Dr. Lorna Sister ng University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Sa ating pagpapatuloy, kilalanin naman natin ang ating mga katutubong baboy. Ang mga katutubong baboy ay matatagpuan sa halos lahat ng mga kapuluan dito sa ating bansa. Sila ay may kakayahang mabuhay at magparami kahit sa mababang uri ng pag-aalaga dahil sa kanilang taglay na adaptation traits o katangiang mag-adapt sa lokal na kondisyon. Alam niyo bang meron ng lahi ng katutubong baboy na pinabuti at pinaunlad sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya? Sa pangunguna ng Marinduque State College, nagsagawa ng isang R&D program na pinamagatang Conservation, Improvement, and Profitable Utilization of the Philippine Native Pigs na naglalayong magkaroon ng mahusay na katangian at kalidad ang mga katutubong baboy sa pamamagitan ng organized breeding and selection. Katuwang sa programang ito ang Nueva Vizcaya State University, Kalinga State University, Benguet State University, Isabela State University, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, National Swine and Poultry R&D Center, at Eastern Samar State University. Ang proyektong ito ay kabilang sa Niche Centers in the Regions o NSAARRD program sa ilalim ng Science for Change program ng Department of Science and Technology.
We already conducted R&D program which includes 3 complementary projects. This is on conservation, improvement, and profitable utilization of Philippine native pig. The project 1 deals on characterization, setting the definition of native pig, selection and establishing the appropriate mating system, which we follow assortative mating or mating true to type. The project 2 is the support services to match the genetics with the natural farming condition, adapting the low input production system. The project 3 is the value chain and support or policy studies. It documents the economic and market forces affecting or supporting the native pig industry. We also established the Marcaduque Research and Development Center to organize and institutionalize all research and development efforts and initiatives. This is under the NSAARRD, the Niche Center in the region for Research and Development Program.
Ang programa ay nakapagsagawa ng isang organized community-based breeding and selection, free-range management, marketing and distribution strategies upang makatipid, mapabuti at magamit ng kapaki-pakinabang ang mga katutubong baboy. Sa pamamagitan nito, naitaas ng may higit 70% ang purity at pagkakapareho o uniformity ng 6 na uri ng katutubong baboy. Ito ay ang Marcaduque sa Marinduque, Q-Black sa Quezon, Benguet sa Benguet, Sinirangan sa Eastern Samar, Yucca sa Kalinga, Isabela sa Isabela, Vizcaya sa Nueva Vizcaya. Ang ating mga katutubong baboy naman ay mula sa 5 species ng baboy na matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas. Ito ay ang Philippine Warty Pig na matatagpuan lamang sa Luzon at Mindanao, Palawan Bearded Pig na isang subspecies ng Indonesia, ngunit na iproklamang natatangi sa Pilipinas, Visayan Warty Pig na matatagpuan lamang sa Panay, Bohol at ilang bahagi ng Visayas, Mindoro Warty Pig na matatagpuan sa Mount Iglit, Baco, sa Occidental Mindoro, at ang Sus Mindanensis na matatagpuan sa Tawi-Tawi at Sulu. Ang mga katutubong baboy natin ay may mas mahusay na kalidad ng karne kumpara sa mga commercial hybrid pigs. Mayroon na tayong mga dekalidad na breeders ng katutubong baboy na maaaring gamitin ng mga maliliit at komersyal na native pig producers. Nakarating kay Marvin Agustin, artista at isang celebrity chef, ang tungkol sa katutubong baboy mula sa Marinduque, ang Marcaduque. Kaya naman bumisita siya sa Marcaduque R&D Center. Narito ang kanyang masasabi.
Compared with commercial hybrid pig breeds, the Marcaduque native pig boasts of high-quality meat. This is already proven by studies. Moreover, due to research and development initiatives initiated by DOST PCAARRD, the Marcaduque native pig breeds characteristics that are more uniform. This means that any given meat from Marcaduque native pig will have the same tenderness, flavor profile, weight, among others. Aside from the uniformity in terms of characteristics, we can say that we can be proud of a high-quality meat product that is truly Filipino.
Tunay nga namang may pagmamalaki natin ang mga pagkaing sariling atin, tulad ng mga katutubong gulay at baboy na itinampok dito sa Saraybuhay. Mas nakita natin ang halaga ng mga ito sa tulong ng Biodiversity S&T program na nakatuon sa pagkonserba at likas kayang paggamit ng mga produktong saribuhay.
Sari buhay, sari buhay, sari buhay, sari buhay. Sa sari buhay lahat tayo'y magkakaugnay. Sa tulong ng agham at teknolohiya, hawak natin ang tagumpay. Ang kalikasan ay kayamanan, ang pagkalinga ng ating tahanan. Magkabibisik at tayo'y magkaisa. Sari buhay, 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 sari
Ang biodiversity ay sari buhay sa wikang Filipino. Ito ay ang pagkakaiba-iba at pagkakaugnay ng lahat ng may buhay. Tulad ng halaman, hayop at microorganisms. Mayaman ang ating bansa sa biodiversity o sari buhay. Ngunit mataas ang panganib ng pagkasira nito. Isa ang bansa sa lumagda sa Convention on Biological Diversity o CBD. Kinikilala ng CBD ang kahalagahan ng sari buhay. Alinsunod sa misyon ng CBD, ang DOST PCAARRD ay bumuo ng Biodiversity Science and Technology Program. Ang programa ay naglalayong pangalagaan ang sari buhay at linangin at paunlarin ang mga produktong mula rito. Oh my gulay, chef may baboy! Sa unang parte ng ating episode, tinalakay natin ang proyekto tungkol sa mga katutubong gulay na pinangunahan ng grupo ni na Dr. Lorna Sister ng University of the Philippines, Los Baños. Sa ating pagpapatuloy, kilalanin naman natin ang ating mga katutubong baboy. Ang mga katutubong baboy ay matatagpuan sa halos lahat ng mga kapuluan dito sa ating bansa. Sila ay may kakayahang mabuhay at magparami kahit sa mababang uri ng pag-aalaga dahil sa kanilang taglay na adaptation traits o katangiang mag-adapt sa lokal na kondisyon. Alam niyo bang meron ng lahi ng katutubong baboy na pinabuti at pinaunlad sa pamamagitan ng agham at teknolohiya? Sa pangunguna ng Marinduque State College, nagsagawa ng isang R&D program na pinamagatang Conservation, Improvement, and Profitable Utilization of the Philippine Native Pigs na naglalayong magkaroon ng mahusay na katangian at kalidad ang mga katutubong baboy sa pamamagitan ng organized breeding and selection. Katuwang sa programang ito ang Nueva Vizcaya State University, Kalinga State University, Benguet State University, Isabela State University, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, National Swine and Poultry R&D Center, at Eastern Samar State University. Ang proyektong ito ay kabilang sa Niche Centers in the Regions o NSAARRD program sa ilalim ng Science for Change program ng Department of Science and Technology.
We already conducted R&D program which includes 3 complementary projects. This is on conservation, improvement, and profitable utilization of Philippine native pig. The project 1 deals on characterization, setting the definition of native pig, selection and establishing the appropriate mating system, which we follow assortative mating or mating true to type. The project 2 is the support services to match the genetics with the natural farming condition, adapting the low input production system. The project 3 is the value chain and support or policy studies. It documents the economic and market forces affecting or supporting the native pig industry. We also established the Marcaduque Research and Development Center to organize and institutionalize all research and development efforts and initiatives. This is under the NSAARRD, the Niche Center in the region for Research and Development Program.
Ang programa ay nakapagsagawa ng isang organized community-based breeding and selection, free-range management, marketing and distribution strategies upang makatipid, mapabuti at magamit ng kapaki-pakinabang ang mga katutubong baboy. Sa pamamagitan nito, naitaas ng may higit 70% ang purity at pagkakapareho o uniformity ng 6 na uri ng katutubong baboy. Ito ay ang Marcaduque sa Marinduque, Q-Black sa Quezon, Benguet sa Benguet, Sinirangan sa Eastern Samar, Yuca sa Kalinga, Isabela sa Isabela, Vizcaya sa Nueva Vizcaya. Ang ating mga katutubong baboy naman ay mula sa 5 species ng baboy na matatagpuan lamang sa Pilipinas. Ito ay ang Philippine Warty Pig na matatagpuan lamang sa Luzon at Mindanao, Palawan Bearded Pig na isang subspecies ng Indonesia, ngunit naiproklamang natatangi sa Pilipinas, Visayan Warty Pig na matatagpuan lamang sa Panay, Bohol at ilang bahagi ng Visayas, Mindoro Warty Pig na matatagpuan sa Mount Iglit, Baco, sa Occidental Mindoro at ang Sus Mindanensis na matatagpuan sa Tawi-Tawi at Sulu. Ang mga katutubong baboy natin ay may mas mahusay na kalidad ng karne kumpara sa mga commercial hybrid pigs. Mayroon na tayong mga dekalidad na breeders ng katutubong baboy na maaaring gamitin ng mga maliliit at komersyal na native pig producers. Nakarating kay Marvin Agustin, artista at isang celebrity chef, ang tungkol sa katutubong baboy mula sa Marinduque, ang Marcaduque. Kaya naman bumisita siya sa Marcaduque R&D Center. Narito ang kanyang masasabi.
Compared with commercial hybrid pig breeds, the Marcaduque native pig boasts of high-quality meat. This is already proven by studies. Moreover, due to research and development initiatives initiated by DOST PCAARRD, the Marcaduque native pig breeds characteristics that are more uniform. This means that any given meat from Marcaduque native pig will have the same tenderness, flavor profile, weight, among others. Aside from the uniformity in terms of characteristics, we could say that we can be proud of a high-quality meat product that is truly Filipino.
Tunay nga namang may pagmamalaki natin ang mga pagkaing sariling atin, tulad ng mga katutubong gulay at baboy na itinampok dito sa Saray Buhay. Mas nakita natin ang halaga ng mga ito sa tulong ng Biodiversity S&T program na nakatuon sa pagkonserba at likas kayang paggamit ng mga produktong Sari Buhay.
Sari Buhay, Sari Buhay, Sari Buhay, Sari Buhay. Sa Sari Buhay lahat tayo'y magkakaugnay sa tulong ng agham at teknolohiya. Hawak natin ang tagumpay. Ang kalikasan ay kayamanan.
This program is in support of Kaling Picard initiatives nationwide. Tayong mga Pilipino, kilala sa iba't iba nating katangian. Sa pagiging magalang, sa magiliw na pagtanggap natin tuwing may bisita, at sa ating kasipagan. Ang mga katangiang ito ay hindi maitatago na kitang-kita rin sa mga tao sa lalawigan ng Isabela. Handa na ba kayong makilala sila? Ano pang hinihintay nyo? Tara na't lakbayin ang sipag at galing ng Queen City of the North, Isabela. Ang Isabela ang pangalawa sa pinakamalaking lalawigan sa ating bansa. Kilala bilang top producer ng bigas at mais, ang malawak nitong lupain ay sagana sa likas na yaman, may mayaman na kultura at kasaysayan, at mayabong sa industriya ng agrikultura at pangisdaan. Maliban dito, isa rin ang Isabela sa largest producing regions ng tilapia sa ating bansa. Kaya naman, ito ang naging pangunahing teknolohiya na ginamit ng Isabela State University, Institute of Fisheries Freshwater Fisheries Center at DOST PCAARRD para makatulong sa ating mga kababayan lalo na nung tinamaan tayo ng pandemyang COVID-19.
Ako po si Isagani P. Angeles Jr., Professor ng Isabela State University at Project Leader ng Smoked Tilapia and Tilanggit Project. Ang project po nito ay under sa Galing PCAARRD kontra COVID-19 program at ito po ay pinamagatang production of smoked tilapia and tilanggit for COVID-19 affected communities in Southern Isabela.
Ang tilapia naman ay pangalawa sa mga isda na angkop sa mass production at pwedeng palakihin pang commercial scale man o kahit sa bakuran lang. Ang smoked fish naman o tinapa ay produkto mula sa tradisyonal na proseso ng pagpapausok ng mga isda tulad ng bangus, galunggong o tilapia upang ito ay ma-preserve.
Bali ito po ay simpleng paggawa ng smoked tilapia at tilanggit. Ang kakaiba lamang po dito ay pagbibigay po ng kakaibang flavorings. Gaya po ng sa smoked tilapia, meron po tayong dinagdag na lemongrass extract. Nakapagbigay po tayo ng feasible livelihood program para sa ating mga beneficiaries. Ganon din at nakapacitate po natin ang mga beneficiaries sa paggawa ng smoked tilapia and tilanggit po.
Sa kasalukuyan, ang proyekto ay mayroon ng 150 beneficiaries mula sa Women's Association ng Santiago, Etxague at Ramon. Ito ay naabot sa pagtutulungan ng ISU at Municipal Agricultural Offices ng bawat bayan.
Ako po si Ofelia Dulay ng Purok 3, San Andres, Santiago City. Ako po isang barangay kagawad at ako rin po yung presidente ng RIC NGO dito sa barangay namin. Malaking tulong din, lalo sa mga kababaihan na wala namang ginagawa sa loob ng bahay nila, kundi maglinis, lalo't hindi nakakalabas. Pero dito kasi, kami-kami lang. Meron gumagawa 5 lang, 6, ganon. Kahit 6 ang pinakamarami o 5, kaya na nila. So una, lilinisan muna ng maigi yung tilapia para hindi uudin, ganyan. Tinatanggal namin lahat yung itim-itim niya doon sa tiyan niya. And then, hugasang mabuti bago mo ibabad doon sa brine solution ng 1 hour. Pagka naibabad na yon at hanguin mo na doon sa kwan, i-steam naman. I-steam. Pero yung oras ng steam is 5 minutes.
Pagkatapos ma-steam, ay pinapatuyo muna ang mga tilapia. Kapag ito ay natuyo na, ay ilalagay naman ito sa drum kung saan ito ay papausukan. Pagkatapos, ito ay papalamigin at ipapackage para naman maibenta.
Yung 50 kilos kasi na gagawin naming smoked tilapia, pagka yun nalinisan, tapos yung finished product na ng smoke, nagiging 28 kilos na lang, yung 50 kilos na fresh. Yun ang palaging nasubukan na namin yun.
Sa aktibong partisipasyon ng ISU, mga local government units at DOST PCAARRD ay nakapag-produce na ng 3,375 kilos ng smoked tilapia at 2,025 kilos ng tilanggit ang mga beneficiaries.
Isa po sa objectives ng project na ito ay to capacitate our beneficiaries. At natutuwa po akong ibahagi sa inyo na sila po ay marunong na po at independent na po silang magsagawa po ng kanilang mga gawain sa patungkol dito sa proyekto. Umaasa po ang proyekto natin na magkakaroon po sila ng sustainable livelihood na kahit na po mayari na po ang proyektong ito ay patuloy pa rin po ang kanilang magiging production at kakikitaan po sila ng karagdagang kita po para sa kanilang pamilya. Unang-una po, nagpapasalamat po tayo sa DOST PCAARRD dahil sa patuloy na pagsuporta sa atin po sa mga PCAARRD programs po natin dito sa Isabela State University. At nagpapasalamat din po tayo sa aktibong partisipasyon ng bawat beneficiaries dito sa proyektong ito. Maraming salamat po.
Pinapasalamatan namin yung ISU PCAARRD, DOST, at ganun din yung mga kasama ko dito, dito sa DA ng Santiago City, kasi kasama din namin sila yung nag-introduce sa amin. At ganun din yung mga kasamaan ko dito, yung RIC, yung organization namin, kasi kung wala sila, hindi rin matutuloy itong proyektong to. Kung ako lang mag-isa, hindi ko kakayanin. Kaya nagpapasalamat din ako sa mga masisipag kung makakasamahan.
Ang mga proyektong tulad nito ay nagpapatunay ng kahanga-hangang katangian nating mga Pilipino. Hindi lang sa ating kasipagan, kundi sa ating katatagan sa mga hamon ng panahon, malasakit sa kapwa, at pagbabayanihan. Kaya huwag ka munang pumara at patuloy kang sumama dahil marami pa tayong lugar na pupuntahan at mga kwentong susubaybayan. Patuloy nating tuklasin ang galing ng buhay. Sumama na sa ating lakbay, dito lang sa Lakbay Galing.
Ang biodiversity ay sari buhay sa wikang Filipino. Ito ay ang pagkakaiba-iba at pagkakaugnay ng lahat ng may buhay. Tulad ng halaman, hayop at microorganisms. Mayaman ang ating bansa sa biodiversity o sari buhay. Ngunit mataas ang panganib ng pagkasira nito. Isa ang bansa sa lumagda sa Convention on Biological Diversity o CBD. Kinikilala ng CBD ang kahalagahan ng sari buhay. Alinsunod sa misyon ng CBD, ang DOST PCAARRD ay bumuo ng Biodiversity Science and Technology Program. Ang programa ay naglalayong pangalagaan ang sari buhay at linangin at paunlarin ang mga produktong mula rito.
Tridacna gigas, Hypopus, Tridacna dirasa. Yan ang ilan lamang sa mga species ng taklobo o giant clams na matatagpuan sa ating bansa. Ngunit ang mga yamang dagat na ito ay nanganganib na tuluyang mawala dahil sa labis na pag-ani sa kanila. Kaya naman, sinuportahan ng DOST PCAARRD ang proyektong Assessing the Status of Giant Clams and Advancing Culture Techniques. Ano nga ba ang estado ng mga taklobo sa Pilipinas? Alamin natin iyan dito sa Sari Buhay.
Ang mga taklobo o giant clams ay yamang dagat na tinaguriang pangalawa sa pinakamabigat na invertebrate sa mundo. Sunod sa giant squid. Mayroon silang shell na lagpas 1 metro ang haba at may bigat na umaabot sa 500 kilo o halos kasimbigat ng isang kalabaw. Kaya naman pala giant clams ang tawag sa kanila. Kaya rin nilang mabuhay ng 100 taon. Mayroon lamang 12 species ng taklobo sa buong mundo. At maswerte ang Pilipinas dahil 8 sa mga ito ay matatagpuan sa bansa. Ang mga taklobo ay mahahalagang yamang dagat dahil sa marami nilang pakinabang sa marine ecosystem. Sila ang bumubuo ng bahura o coral reefs na nagsisilbing tahanan ng sari-saring isda. Pinagkukunan sila ng pagkain ng iba pang hayop sa dagat, nagsasala ng dumi sa tubig, at marami pang iba. Paano nga ba nagsimula ang pag-aaral para sa mga taklobo sa Pilipinas? Noong 1980s, naobserbahan na halos malipol na ang mga taklobo sa bansa. Upang mailigtas sila noong panahong yon, pinasimula ng yumaong pambansang siyentipiko at tagapagtatag ng University of the Philippines Marine Science Institute o UPMSI, si Dr. Edgardo D. Gomez, ang pagtatayo ng giant clam hatchery sa Bolinao, Pangasinan. Ito ay humantong sa paglikha ng Giant Clam Restocking Program ng Pilipinas noong unang bahagi ng 1990s. Makalipas ang ilang dekada, kumusta na nga ba ang mga taklobo natin? Ayon kay Dr. Patrick Cabaitan, isang coral reef ecologist at propesor sa UPMSI,
sa kasalukuyan, ipinagbabawal ang pagbebenta at pagmamay-ari ng mga taklobo sa bansa. Gayunpaman, nakatulong ang Giant Clam Restocking Program upang magkaroon ng kabuhayan ang ating mga mangingisda sa pamamagitan ng ecotourism. Bukod dito, tumaas ang bilang at uri ng mga isda sa mga restocking sites na nakadagdag sa huli ng mga mangingisda.
Sinuportahan ng DOST PCAARRD ang inisyatibong sinimulan ni Dr. Gomez at binuo ang Giant Clam Program. Nagsagawa ang programa ng survey sa mga taklobo at bahura sa iba't ibang project sites sa bansa. Nagsagawa din ng mga talakayan at pagsasanay ukol sa kahalagahan ng mga taklobo at mga benepisyong makakamit sa pangangalaga nito. Ilan sa mga dumalo sa mga gawaing ito ay mga mangingisda at mga kinatawan ng mga paaralan, lokal na pamahalaan at Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources o BIFAR. Isa sa mga datos na nakalap ay ang pagdiskubre ng genes na mahalaga para sa paglaki ng mga taklobo. Upang lalong maunawaan kung paano mabubuhay ang mga taklobo na kinulture o wala sa kanilang natural na tahanan, nagsagawa ng ex situ spawning at next-generation sequencing techniques. Sa pamamagitan ng DOST PCAARRD Giant Clam Program, nakumpirma sa ilang lugar sa Pilipinas na ang parehong wild at restock na taklobo ay may kakayahang magparami sa natural na pamamaraan. Naobserbahan din ang pagdami ng mga nanganganib na Tridacna giga sa Bohol, Giyan, Camiguin, Samal, 100 Islands, Bolinao at pati ang in situ spawning o pangingitlog ng mga ito sa Samal. Umaasa ang programa na sa pamamagitan ng natural spawning, ang bumababang populasyon ng taklobo ay makakabawi mula sa labis na pagsasamantala at banta sa kalikasan, tulad ng giant clam bleaching. Napansin din ang mataas na bilang ng iba't ibang uri ng taklobo sa mga marine protected areas tulad ng Calaguas at Apple Reef, kumpara sa ibang bahagi ng bansa. Sa katunayan, natagpuan ang mga bagong nailigtas na species ng Tridacna noe sa mga nasabing lugar pati sa Palawan, Samal Island at Tawi-Tawi. Ang ganitong pananaliksik ay magbibigay ng kaalaman kung paano mas mapoprotektahan ang mga taklobo sa iligal na pag-aani. Ang paggamit ng mga genetic resources ng taklobo ay makakatulong din upang maintindihan kung paano nabubuhay ang mga ito sa kabila ng mga hindi maiiwasang pagbabago sa kanilang kapaligiran. Mahalaga rin ang pakikipag-ugnayan sa mga institusyon at lokal na pamayanan upang magkaroon ng kamalayan ang mga tao sa kinakaharap ng mga taklobo sa bansa. Hindi lamang nagpapabuti sa kalagayan ng mga bahura ang patuloy na pagkonserba ng mga taklobo. Nagbibigay din sila ng maraming benepisyo sa mga lokal na komunidad. Sabi nga ni Dr. Kabaitan,
ang mga taklobo ay nagsisilbing pagkain at tahanan ng iba't ibang marine organisms. Kaya naman, ang pagbaba ng populasyon ng mga ito ay posibleng makaapekto sa iba pang mga yamang dagat.
Nais ng programa ng UPMSI na mabuhay ng ligtas ang mga taklobo at madagdagan ang kanilang populasyon sa karagatan. Mahalaga ang regular na pagsubaybay at pagkonserba sa kanila upang maging maganda ang hinaharap ng mga taklobo sa Pilipinas.
Ang Pilipinas ay tinaguriang Center of the Center of Marine Shore Fish Diversity. Ngunit kailangan nating ipagpatuloy ang pag-aaral ng saribuhay ng iba pang yamang dagat sa bansa. Ang pag-aaral ng saribuhay, partikular na sa kung paano ito nagbabago sa paglipas ng panahon at nagkakaiba-iba sa bawat lugar, gayon na rin ang pagsasaliksik sa mga bagay na nakakaapekto sa mga pagbabagong ito ay makapagbibigay sa atin ng impormasyon kung paano mas mapapanatili ang saribuhay sa karagatan. Ang Giant Clam Program ay isinagawa sa pakikipagtulungan ng UP Marine Science Institute sa Davao del Norte State College at Western Philippines University.
Nakikiisa at sumusuporta ang aming ahensya sa pagkonserba ng ating mga taklobo sa pamamagitan ng Biodiversity SNT Program na nakatuon sa paggamit ng agham at teknolohiya para sa pagkonserba at likas-kayang paggamit ng saribuhay. Hanggang sa susunod na episode, magkita-kita tayong muli dito sa Saribuhay.
Saribuhay, 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 Saribuhay.
biodiversity ay sari-buhay sa wikang Filipino. Ito ay ang pagkakaiba-iba at pagkakaugnay ng lahat ng may buhay, tulad ng halaman, hayop at microorganisms. Mayaman ang ating bansa sa biodiversity o sari-buhay, ngunit mataas ang panganib ng pagkasira nito. Isa ang bansa sa lumagda sa Convention on Biological Diversity o CBD. Kinikilala ng CBD ang kahalagahan ng sari-buhay. Alinsunod sa misyon ng CBD, ang DOST PCAARRD ay bumuo ng Biodiversity Science and Technology Program. Ang programa ay naglalayong pangalagaan ang sari-buhay at linangin at paunlarin ang mga produktong mula rito.
Tridacna gigas, Hypopus, Tridacna derasa. Yan ang ilan lamang sa mga species ng taklobo o giant clams na matatagpuan sa ating bansa. Ngunit ang mga yamang dagat na ito ay nanganganib na tuluyang mawala dahil sa labis na pag-ani sa kanila. Kaya naman, sinuportahan ng
Welcome back to the National Symposium on Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, NSAARRD 2023.
Now that we are done with the 3 finalist presenters under the research category, let's proceed with the presentation of finalists under the development category.
First off, another entry from the Northern Mindanao Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development Consortium, or NSAARRD. We have the SNT Community Base for Inclusive Development through the Community-Based Livelihood Improvement for Bukidnon, or STC4ID Project Climb, to be presented by Dr. Judith D. Intong.
Agriculture, major in agricultural extension at the University of Queensland, Brisbane, Australia. She was the former director of the Northern Mindanao Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, and vice president for academic affairs of Central Mindanao University. She is actively engaged in extension research and development projects in collaboration with local and international agencies like the Department of Agrarian Reform, Commission on Higher Education, Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, and SANREM. She completed the Philippine Higher Education Career System Executive Development Program of the Commission on Higher Education Development Academy of the Philippines, Philippine Association of Science Universities and Colleges. Dr. Intong served as a reviewer in international refereed journals and presented papers at local and international conferences and the current dean of the College of Agriculture and Central Mindanao University. Please welcome Dr. Judith D. Intong.
This is the community-based livelihood improvement for Bukidnon or Project Climb under the S&T community-based for inclusive development program of DOST PCAARRD from 2019 to 2022 or from before the pandemic and during the pandemic. This is my project team, my project staff, and our LG representative. This is the outline of my presentation this afternoon. And why Project Climb? Bukidnon in our dialect is bukid is mountain or mountainous. So we need to climb up the mountain to see how the beauty of Bukidnon. However, Bukidnon has been identified as an impoverished province with more than 50% of its population. While my town in Maramag, which is the location of Central Mindanao University, has low incidence rate of poverty, one of the barangays there, what is Barangay Kiharong, has high poverty incidence to almost 2/3 of its population, with low poverty threshold level among 54% of its population. Thus, we need to climb up the ladder out of poverty. Thus, Project Climb. So this was the food threshold level and the poverty threshold level of Bukidnon in 2018. So what were the objectives of Project Climb? Project Climb aimed to empower a disadvantaged ANR community for S&T interventions. It aimed to establish new livelihood alternatives, promote participatory and social engagements, forge partnerships, and increase average household incomes and food threshold level. And these objectives could be summed up in 3 themes: pagkain, pagkakakitaan, at pangkabuhayan. And these objectives are aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, particularly number 2 on zero hunger, on number 12, sustainable consumption and production. So the STC4ID program framework revolved around its outcomes on empowerment, food security, income, livelihood, sustainability, and resiliency, and the conceptual framework of Project Climb focused on the establishment of a sustainable and resilient community-based livelihood where an impoverished household in a geographically, economically, and socially disadvantaged area will participate in our activities and our livelihood intervention and become food secure. So we were working at the Kiharong Maramag Bukidnon with the Kiharong Women's Association, a duly registered association since 2016, with 33 women farmers actively participated in our project. We measured our outputs based on the 6 Ps prescribed by PCAARRD. And so where our interventions included the natural farming technology system, mushroom and goat production, vermicomposting, biointensive gardening, or organic vegetable production. And we use different methodologies and strategies to measure our outputs, our outcomes, and our impact. So we help our women farmers establish a communal garden. We provided vertical matting to engage in vertical farming, vegetable gardening because of the very limited area for communal garden. We also established a vegetable nursery, a source of seeds and seedlings, and an area for vermicomposting and rapid composting, a source of organic fertilizer for vegetable production. On the other hand, our women farmers, our counterparts, established their own backyard home garden. They were provided with seeds and seedlings. They do composting, a source of organic fertilizer for their vegetable gardening. And the fact that the area at their backyard was very limited, the recycled materials, as vegetable pots, for example, plastic jars, or bamboo poles or sacks or even boots to augment the area for vegetable gardening. So now let's go to our project accomplishments as our project outputs. So we're able to forge 8 memorandum of agreement to different government, non-government, and people's organizations. We also conducted capability building to strengthen the KIO women. This is on community organizing, organizational development, and capability building activities. And on top of that, we also conducted technical training to support the livelihood initiatives or not livelihood interventions that we have conducted, as well as we facilitated extension activities among our KIO women. For our products, over the 3-year period, our women farmers were able to plant 17 different kinds of vegetables and produced almost 5,000 kilograms on more than 4,000 bundles of these different vegetables. From mushroom, they're able to harvest 27 kilograms. And for the 4 doughs that we dispersed to the women farmers, they're able to produce 10 kids. The project has developed IEC materials, and these IEC materials were submitted to the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines and were issued Certificate of Copyright Registration by IPOFIL. For policies, we help our women farmers develop an enterprise development plan, particularly for fresh oyster and mushroom production. We also assisted them in structuring their problem on low productivity and income through our policy development advocacy plan. And the local barangay has issued a executive order engaging the households into backyard vegetable gardening. We're able to publish 2 articles in 2 international journals and 1 article in the CME Journal of Science. Now let's go, so those were the outputs of our project. Now let's go to the results and discussion. So we conducted a community profiling at the very start of the project so that we'll be able to determine the socio-economic attributes of the KIO women we're working with at the very start of the project. So we were working with married, 46 years old, with 5 members of the household women. They have obtained basic education. They were basically farmers, and their household monthly income in 2019 was well below the food threshold and the poverty threshold level of Bukidnon. So in this part of the results and discussion, I would like to focus on how our project was able to attain the outcomes of the STC4ID program. So in terms of empowerment, we look at empowerment based on the differences on the social capital among our women before and during the pandemic. And we used the World Bank Social Capital Integrated Questionnaire in determining the differences in the 6 dimensions of social capital, and we found out in our survey that the social capital of the women farmers were increasing, so there's the difference, particularly on group and networks, as well as in social cohesion and inclusion. And based on statistics, there was a significant difference in 5 of the 6 dimensions of social capital, showing an improving social assets among our KIO women. For food security, we look at food security in terms of food stability, food utilization, and food accessibility and food availability. And we use the U.S. Household Food Security Survey module in determining the changes in the food security among our women. And we found out in our survey that there was an increasing food stability and food utilization among our KIO women. And based on statistics, there was a significant difference in the food availability and food utilization among our KIO women, indicating, showing that there were more available food and were utilized by our women farmers, particularly during the pandemic. For our income, so the income generated from the vegetable gardens, the monthly income in 2020 and 2021 during the pandemic. And we also surveyed on the annual income of the women farmers, inclusive of the income from the vegetable garden. And we found out that the monthly income in 2021 was almost 4,000 over the food threshold level of Bukidnon, and also almost 1,000 pesos over the poverty threshold level of Bukidnon, indicating that our women farmers are becoming food secure. So these were the livelihood interventions that we conducted in the barangay. And in terms of sustainability, as I have mentioned, we conducted community profiling and community needs assessment at the very beginning of the project so that the interventions that we will implement will be based on the problems, on the needs, and on the resources of the women farmers and will be determined by them. We have also helped them in making their enterprise development plan, particularly for mushroom production. And there was that ordinance indicating, engaging the households into mushroom production. This provides an avenue for the upscaling of the vegetable gardening in the barangay. And before we ended the project, we conducted a farmers forum on sustainability planning with the presence of agribusiness companies, the Municipal Agriculture Office of Maramag, the NSAARRD Consortium, and the CMU Extension Unit. This is to assist the farmers to sustain the project when the project will be terminated. So for resiliency, so based on the capability building and the technical training that we have conducted, we found out that there was an increased knowledge in farming among our Kiwa women. Means that they are more knowledgeable about farming during our project than before. That our livelihood intervention has increased their food availability, provided them household income, particularly during the health crisis, and enhanced their social capital. This have helped the farmers to bounce back during the pandemic. So those were the changes in the knowledge level with the training that we have conducted among our women. So those were the outcomes of the project. And from the outcomes and all of those outputs, we also asked our women farmers, how did they perceive the impact of the project in the barangay in terms of social, economic, and environmental impact. And based on our survey and interview, our Kiwa women felt or sensed that Project Lime has improved their sense of sharing and family unity, particularly during the pandemic when they shared their vegetables to the neighborhood, when food was scarce and money was very limited, the market was closed. And also they have that increased sense of being a community together. And our communal garden has enhanced mobilization of members, which also enhanced their sense of responsibility and bayanihan spirit. In terms of economic impact, our women farmers felt that they have now access to agricultural inputs. They're able to optimize the scarce land resource in the barangay for vegetable gardening, which provided them a source of livelihood, additional income, and increased their level of food security. In terms of environmental impact, they felt that they have now a cleaner, a healthier, and a cleaner, a sustainable environment, having used of the waste materials for vegetable gardening. So in summary, I would like to present to you in a new or a revised schematic diagram of Project Lime based on its outputs, its outcomes, and its impact. So in partnership with the different organizations, agencies, and entities, and with the funding support of the DOST PCAARRD, Central Mindanao University was able to implement Project Lime, and through Project Lime, we're able to conduct S&T interventions in a geographically, economically, and socially disadvantaged area, which we're able also to attain the outputs that we expected. And from these outputs, it helped to develop a local livelihood, enhanced or enrich their social capital, improve their knowledge in farming, enhance their food security, increase their income, and promoted a local policy. And these outcomes led or helped in the establishment of a participative community through empowered local leadership, utilization of scarce resources for better access to healthy food in a cleaner and a greener environment. In conclusion, Project Lime has empowered the local association to engage in S&T intervention, that our livelihood interventions were duly determined by the local people themselves, that participatory and engaging approaches enhanced the social resources of the community, that the partnerships have helped people gain access to resources, and that our livelihood intervention increased their income, resulting to food security. We recommend for the continued support of the local, national, and non-government organizations to sustain the project, to improve the local infrastructure to support the intervention, implement the local ordinance for Barangay Kiharong as an extension area of Central Mindanao University Extension Unit. for the Department of Trade and Industry and the local government unit to help the Kiwa develop a local social business enterprise, particularly along mushroom production, and for our partner school to engage their parents to engage in vegetable gardening to improve the nutrition of their children. I would like to acknowledge the different organizations, associations, and entities for the successful implementation of our project amidst the pandemic, for the funding support of the USTP card, for the administrative support of Central Mindanao University, for the strong and assistance of the local government unit of Maramag, local government unit of Kiharong, and our partner Kiharong Women's Association, for Department of Agriculture and its line agencies, our partners, SUCS, and all those who have helped us. And I would like also to give honor to our LGU representative who passed away just after the completion of our project. At this time, I would like to share with you some testimonies of our project line members.
Ako kaya na mo pasalamat sa project line nga kami ang napili kay ako kay katabang sa among mga kababaihan diri sa Kiharong. Among mga sakop na anagid sila kagalingan nga garden para sa pamilya nga magamit ang pagkaon. Kani nga grupo murag nakahatag pud sa kanako o kanang dugang pang mga kuan sa relasyon nako sa mga silingan nako sa among training ang seminar dako gid kaayo di kapuslan kay sa una wa man ni kahibalo og unsaon pagbuhay sa compost. Atong pag-training namo sa kuan mo nang sa pagkakaron ang among gikuan wala na gid minagamit sa fertilizer mga synthetic. Daghang kayong salamat sa among training nga nakatabang kaayo. Salamat sa mga nagtudlo nani namong tanan.
Judges, please take this opportunity to ask Dr. Intong your question.
Thank you for the presentation and for the interesting project. I'm just wondering, you looked into those various objectives in the light of how they impacted selected women participants. Am I right? Were there also men participants who had the same kind of involvement and later on evaluation?
The project was in partner with Kiwa. This is the Kiharong Women's Association. So it's all women association. So there were no men in there, though their husbands actually helped them in establishing the communal garden as well as in maintaining their backyard home garden. But basically, it is a women's association, sir.
So basically, it's also a sort of women's studies.
Yep, it's
And I was looking into that in the analysis and results, and even in the framework of analysis. So maybe in the next papers that you're gonna be doing, it's worth looking into that perspective.
Okay, sir.
But also in future research like this, you could take the opportunity to also compare how the project and various aspects would differentially impact these two groups or subgroups. Okay, because sayang, no, you could have done that, so you can also look into the differential impact among the men and women. But I think beforehand, maybe that's the emphasis. Was that the emphasis of the program? I mean, the grant?
Yeah.
You look into women?
For this particular study, because there were project, we will look into women. There were 5 actually projects under the program. They're looking into, others are looking both sexes, but I think there were 2 schools looking at women empowerment, women participation and development, and this is one of them.
Okay. Others, you might have some questions.
Yes, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am. Actually, I'm so impressed about the presentation. Actually, dapat ganun ang packaging ng mga program. From the very start, you have this baseline information concerning their poverty incidents. Then you come up with an intervention to arrest that kind of negative situation, and with this women project, and able to measure the impacts as regards yung mga social impacts. I tried to compute some yung profitability or cost and return analysis. And I said, if you have 6,700,000 investment for 33 participants, and you're going to serve 33 participants, dinivide ko yun into 33, and I come up with 205,000 investment for each participant. I-divide mo yun for 3 years, mayroon kang 5,600 or 5,700 investment. 5,700 na binibigay per participant per month. Kung yun ay ibigay mo na lang sa mga participant without the investment, solve na yung kanilang poverty because their baseline, their current poverty situation in 2018 was 6,000, right? Yet mo yung 5,000, 10,000 yung poverty line. So, solve na yung poverty issue without risking the lives of people like you going to the communities during the time of the pandemic. Now, my question is, why do you still have to recommend na itong klaseng project na ito ay isustain?
The Chinese maxim says that if you give a person a fish, he will eat for a day. But if you give teach the person how to fish, that person will eat for a lifetime. If we're going to give the 500 pesos for the family, they will live for a month. But providing them knowledge, providing them the experiences, providing them the services will be longer than just 500, sir. And take note, it just may be 500 pesos per month. But take note that was during the pandemic when the food supply was very scarce and the limited economic situation in the barangay. So that's already very big. The availability of food for the people in the barangay. Yeah, I'm quite gone for that. Yeah, sentimental. Yes, sir. Yeah, it will be longer than just. That's why we educate our children, our students, not just giving them outrightly the diploma. They will get it's a lifelong learning. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Intong, for that very nice presentation. Yeah, actually, my question is in relation to your answer to the question of my colleague here. Yeah, I'm about to ask you on the sustainability of this initiative because you have already completed the project, and I don't know how you are doing the monitoring of all the beneficiaries that you have involved in the project, and what is the status of this the gardening of the beneficiaries, all of the 33 members of the KWA.
The barangay now is our laboratory for our extension students in the Department of Agricultural Education and Extension, where I belong, in the College of Agriculture. It's also a site for visits, particularly for accreditation of our programs in the College of Agriculture. And there is a existing study now funded by the university in the barangay. Actually, that barangay was not part of the research and extension activities of CMU. It was just through our project that it started, and now there are already new studies, including Kiharong as part of the activities of CMU in terms of research and extension. So it's becoming part of the whole the whole frame of the research and extension area of Central Mindanao University. And we got a Facebook page for the barangay. We used that one very intensively during the pandemic because of the risk of going to the barangay. So still at the moment, they are putting up all their achievements or accomplishments in the barangay. They're particularly in their gardens, and they also chat us when they got problems. So, and we're also helping them access to particular seeds for their vegetable gardens.
A follow-up question. Was there any effort as regards to sharing this initiative to the other groups?
During the field day, we conducted 2 field days actually where we invited other farmers in other communities. And we have already started the upscaling outside of the kiwa in the barangay with the local ordinance. We already started the upscaling. It was just very limited to 10 people per because of the restriction during the pandemic. But we have already started. We could have done more if not because of the situation. But there were women from the nearby barangays during our field days. We tried to, we have invited them on the tour around the place, and they wanted us to transfer to their barangay. So we're looking into that, particularly for funding support, to also put some projects in the other barangays, particularly, yeah, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you po for sa inyong presentation. Regarding the funding support, I noticed in your report that the approved budget was not released.
The approved budget by PCAARRD was actually restructured because the training components were totally taken off. We supposed to be attending trainings but it was during the pandemic, so it was called out from the budget, so it has reduced. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So it's about 171,000.
Yes po. Yeah, they have taken part of because the University of the Philippines at Los Baños was the ones providing us the training support for the implementers, and these were all totally deleted from the project during the pandemic because then all the trainings were conducted virtually. So the traveling expenses, the accommodation, all of this thing will be taken off from our budget.
So the amount was returned to the funding agency?
PCAARRD did not release that already because in the second year, they already called out the budget because of the pandemic, as well as on the third year. So all budget for training, for going out, something like that, were already deleted from the budget because of the pandemic. Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations po, Doc, on the project. It appears to be sustainable and how we are helping the communities. So my question be, in the management of the project, what was the biggest barrier, and how did you manage it? Because there were so many, I think, collaborators to make this happen, and funding as well. So what's the biggest barrier, and how did you somehow resolve those barriers? Thank you.
Actually, sir, in terms of the management of the project and in partnership with the Kiwa, there were no big problems with that. They're very cooperative, and they're even very thankful that at least for the first time they're given the chance to be part of a project. And we have also given them some facilities in the barangay. It was the most problem is more on the pandemic and the monitoring and evaluation. We were not able to, as much as we would like, to have a regular visit to the barangay. And during meetings, we're given limited number of farmers during training. So instead of the 33 in one training, we have to separate, divide them into batches. So 10 per batch, something like that. So it's more on the monitoring and evaluation because it was during the health crisis.
Yeah, another question din po. Since there were a lot of activities with the community, and was there any challenge with respect to yung mga purchasing or anything related to finance? So ano pong naging, yun pa. So I was asking, what are the challenges that you actually faced as well?
Yeah, administratively, we got a problem with the procurement of our materials for the project. there are times that we have to use our own money just to let the project continue. And the bidding system of the government, the procurement system of the government is not very supportive of research and extension activities, actually. We are able to return back to PCAARRD for out of the release money about 400,000 pesos, actually, because we were only told that there was a failed bidding when it was already ending part of the project, and we could not request for another bidding. So we have already returned back the money. We have already submitted all our terminal reports to PCAARRD. So yeah, it's not just in my own project, but even in my other projects in the university. That's actually is the bottleneck in the requisition of materials, in the procurement of materials, and sometimes we don't know that it's a failed bidding. So there can time elapse, and technically there's 21 days prior to, you should have to put that one in the field trip and all of those things. So yeah, I do hope the government would look at that. It is not really very helping in terms of research and extension activities.
Ma'am, can you please flash that slide with the objectives of the project?
Meron pa?
I'm just wondering kasi the project could have looked into evaluating the livelihood alternatives or whatever livelihood you introduce. And you could have looked into that kasi nakalagay dito sa report nyo, wala kayong cost and returns analysis.
Yes.
So, it's a very vital part of looking at how successful the project can be or was, because it involves money from the government and also your effort. Can you explain that? Why was there no cost returns analysis?
That was actually also the comment when I submitted my article for publication, the ROI, the return on investment. But the fact that we got very small area, we could not actually measure. It could not be measured in terms of hectare, and the backyard gardens are also very small, and they used even the recycled materials for vegetable gardening, as well as the what is that? Our seeds and seedlings were given free, and these were also given free by our partners, the East West Company, the Corseba Company. So we could not put. We didn't try to put.
You don't have an economist in the team?
We got an economy. We
could
got an
have been his
economic
job.
expert. Yes, sir. Yeah, that was actually the
Also,
comment.
kasi ma'am, yung kahit na yung mga binigay, pwede nating lagyan ng value. Actually, pwede nyo gawin ito parang
Yeah, okay, sir.
assignment nyo.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Ng team, no?
Yeah, we could add
Na
that.
ma-evaluate how successful the livelihood alternatives were by looking into it, kasi may mga data na, may record,
Yes, sir.
ilan ang na-harvest. So, ito, magiging karagdagang kaalaman. At siguro, kung mag-apply pa kayo ng additional na project, panibagong project, may papakita nyo. Sabi nyo, ito, kumita yung yung proyekto ng mga Kasi kahit na libre ho, even if they are free, given free, they can be monetized in terms of the value of the inputs.
Yeah,
But that is something that is really missing, no? That could have been done, no? Sayang, no? But anyway, hindi pa huli ang lahat. Pwede hong balikan ng data.
Yeah,
Pwede
we have
gawan ulit.
the incomes. We got just problem with standardizing the input in terms of even the area, because of different areas in backyard, and they use this. The costing of the resources used.
Pwede po yun.
We found it. We found
kasi
some difficulty in that.
Yeah. Ika-quantify lang. Siguro baka sukatin nyo talaga yung area so that we can see how many square meters there were if they were not in hectares.
Yeah, it's a variable of 33 farmers as well, sir.
Ma-recon back ninyo yung labor time, labor use, and there you go. We can have a measure to say how successful it was. So that will be an addition to the one that you listed there in
Okay,
terms
sir.
of the impact.
Okay, well taken, sir. Thank you very much.
Sige po.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Incong.
So we'll now proceed with the next paper. One more entry from the Central Luzon Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development Consortium, or CLARDEC, to present their paper on upscale production and commercialization of dairies tilapia ice cream and tilapia cookies. We have Dr. Dana G. Vera Cruz.
Dr. Dana G. Vera Cruz obtained her Doctor of Philosophy degree in Hotel Management at Bertram International University in Madrid, Spain. She was a former head of the Department of Hospitality and Tourism Management of the Central Luzon State University from 2008 to 2018. She was involved in numerous externally funded research projects under the DOST-3, DA-BAR, DA-ASF, CHED, and DOST-PCAARRD as the project leader and also a project staff for the 3 projects that eventually led her to become a researchpreneur, or research-turned-entrepreneur. She is currently the managing partner of Vera Bella Enterprises Limited Company, a spin-off company that was created to commercialize dairies tilapia ice cream. The Vera Bella is presently an acceleratee of the CLSU Agriculture and Food Technology Business Incubator. Hands together for Dr. Dana G. Vera Cruz.
Upscale production and commercialization of dairies, tilapia ice cream, and cookies. Yes, tilapia ice cream and cookies. You heard that right. So where did the technology of tilapia ice cream bring us after 10 years of product ideation, research and development, and innovation? Where are we now? So, you know, when we started to launch this, it already caught the attention of the media. It has been featured in different social media platforms. It has been featured in different television networks. They also coined it as the star of all networks. And with that, the award-giving bodies also, organizations and agencies also recognize the technology behind the tilapia ice cream. The Salon International de la Agroalimentaire, the CL Gold Award in Food Innovation, the ETCOR Outstanding Research Management and Innovation Award, the Inspiring Humanitarian Award by the World Humanitarian Drive in the United Kingdom, Best Papers, and even the Gonegosyo Inspiring Tourism and Food Tourism Award. I would say that these awards and of course the media exposure help us to make our technology validation easier. So, but first, why tilapia? Of all the fishes out there, why tilapia? So aside from the value adding to tilapia, and aside from actually the concept came from Dr. Abelia, one of the proponents, because he had tasted shrimp ice cream in Taiwan. So that's where we were able to develop our own tilapia ice cream. So also, another reason and the problem that we intend to solve here is the declining fish consumption of children since 2007, according to a study of McNamus. So incorporating fish into children's diets, and even those individuals who don't eat fish, is actually an innovative way to provide them with the protein and other health benefits in eating fish. And since then, our tilapia ice cream became one of the matured technologies of Central Luzon State University, and also became one of the flagship products. Okay, and then so with the product ideation that started in 2013, the enhancement and pre-commercialization of the product was done in 2015, and then we're able to secure a trademark registration named Dairies. Most of you may be asking, what is Dairies? Aside from it sounds like dairy products, it also came from the different initials of the proponents of the project. And now, that includes Dana and Terry, Department of Agriculture also who help us. There's Eden, Ira, and the other rest of the research team group. So that was trademarked in 2016, and we also had the utility model in 2017. So with that, the project, it's been protected already and has gone through technology validation. So this project, funded by the DAASF, that lasted for 2 years with a cost of 5 million, is very timely for its commercialization. So we only have 3 objectives here, but it entails a lot of activities. So for us to ensure the sustainability of our raw materials, our tilapia fillet po, so we need to capacitate the fish farmers, and for us to commercialize it, we need to get a license to operate from FDA. And that way, we have to be able to increase our production and do the market distribution. And did you know that through this project, we were able to achieve all the project deliverables despite the pandemic? We're able to reach TRL9. This project were able to get us through and pass through the valley of death for the technology readiness level. And at the same time, for the market readiness level 8, and we're able to achieve IRL, or investment readiness level 9. In that way, making the commercialization possible. And now, from the research and development, here are the Dairies Tilapia ice cream product enjoyed by everyone who is already available in the market, while we are helping farmers grow with every scoop and bites.
Buhay! Welcome to Dairies!
Wow! Tilapia ice cream? One classic sandwich, please.
One classic cup, please. Praline crunch. Sandwich and roll biscuit, please.
Cabbage po.
Dairies Tilapia Oatmeal Cookies. Classic fingerlings made with roasted tilapia bits. Dive in delight with every bite. Break away from the ordinary. Try and taste our Dairies ice cream made with steamed tilapia flakes. The only tilapia ice cream in town. Dairies Tilapia ice cream provides 3% protein. Ice cream made even better, more protein than ever.
These dairies products were made possible, of course, by capacitating the fish farmers by ensuring the sustainability of our raw materials, particularly the tilapia fillet and the roasted tilapia. So a collaboration with the Manggagawang Bukid ng Gimba Nueva Ecija Agriculture were established, and we trained them for 2 years. That started, so the capacity building started at the height of the pandemic. So, but we are very grateful that the members of the Mubunga Co-op, they had completed all the trainings and workshops provided for them. And that includes the tilapia grow-out management, the food sanitation, the GMP and 5S, the processing, tilapia processing, where we transfer the technology, And at the same time, for the vacuum packing, tilapia, in the labeling and packaging, and of course, up to business planning. So we want to make sure that our products, the tilapia fillet that are being used as one of the main ingredient of our tilapia, are safe and with high quality. That is why our company CSR is helping farmers grow with every scoop and bites. So next is the CLSU. So in order for us to commercialize the product, we already have sustained the raw materials. Now, how are we going to commercialize the product? So the implementation of the project actually is during the pandemic time. So it's so hard for us to look for an adopter for tilapia ice cream technology. And we were told and we were advised that the fastest way to commercialize this is through creating spin-off company, as per RA 10055, commercialization by the researcher. We took the risk. It's pandemic. While all small businesses are closing, here we are. We are registering our company in Security Exchange Commission because we wanted to commercialize this product because it received a lot of awards already. Nanghihinayang po kami. So we really took the risk, and all government funding agencies really pour out all their support to this project and want to give it back to the taxpayers' money. Okay? And so the mission of the company is to innovate farmers' harvest into world-class product. And from the start, we were able to get assistance from CLSU ATBI. They created us since we started our spin-off company. They provided us all the marketing, the technical, and even legal advice. Through them, we were able to secure a technology licensing agreement with Central Luzon State University. And eventually, we were able to obtain also a fairness opinion report from DOST, saying that all is fair between CLSU and the Vera Belia. Maybe you're asking, where did the company's name came from, or the Vera Belia? If we have dairies as our first name, Dana and Terry, our company is from our last name, Vera Cruz and Abelia. So that could be our legacy. So as part of the commercialization, we also became as one of the pioneers of the spin-off company among SUCs, and most of which benchmark our best practices. Okay. Another one of the significant impacts of our technology commercialization is the job creation. First, for the Mabunga Cooperative, for the farmers that we have capacitated. We provided them additional job, steady job, because they will be part of our supply chain for the production of the tilapia ice cream. While our spin-off company, so these 3 employees we already have, during the technology validation, when the tilapia ice cream is still IGP of the college, we already employed 3. When we started our company, it's 4. Now it grew to 18 personnel. These 18 personnel have 18 families that actually rely on most of our employees. And another significant result of the project is the increase in the production of 430% from 8,282 in 2018 during the technology validation. Now it grew to 22,380 annual production. For as of this date, it already grew to 160%. Okay. So this is due again to the steady production and supply of the tilapia fillet by the farmers, and of course with the promotion and marketing of our products, since we already obtained Food and Drug Administration's license to operate. So our distribution makes a lot of easier. Thus, we expand our distribution market. Now we are distributing to PCC, Milka Creme, the Shell Deli to Go through the assistance of DTI, were able to deliver to 3 Shell stores in Cabanatuan City, and of course resorts, coffee shop, hotels, and the Dairies Scoop and Bites, which is the first tilapia ice cream shop. So this is again because of the availability and sustainability of the raw materials from fish farmers and also from the Carabao farmers, because we are using Carabao's milk also in our ice cream. And also, another impact here is that we were able to empower the farmers. Just to give you a sample of what they have earned during the duration of the project. So the co-op members were able to get a revenue of 104,000 for the fillet and of course for the trimmings. And then we also able to reach the international waters because of our tilapia ice cream. We signed a joint venture agreement with Dr. Billy Tang Seng here from Malaysia. He is the CEO of PWD Smart Farmability, a social enterprise. He has this technology of aquaponics, but he grew red tilapia. So during the pandemic, they're giving away this big red tilapia to the community, and then when he wants to get more product for his red tilapia, he Googled, and the tilapia ice cream was there. So he made a joint venture agreement with us because for the global commercialization of tilapia ice cream, because he empowered the PWD and other marginalized community or group in Malaysia. So this is our first B2B or business to business for this project. And also, he is part of the Feeding Without Borders project of the World Humanitarian Drive. That's why our product was launched in London last year of September 2022. So with the mission to upscale the nutrition movement and to Feeding Without Borders project also pave way for us to receive the Inspiring Humanitarian Award that was awarded to us in London. And on top of that, we also help MSME grow with us. Since the opening of our first tilapia ice cream shop, we also partner with small business enterprise to grow alongside with us. And with that, please watch this
Ang tilapia ice cream po ay kilala sa buong Pilipinas.
Ang bilis po talaga ng pagko-consume.
Tilapia ice cream po ay kilala sa buong Pilipinas.
Ang bilis po talaga ng pagko-consume ng mga customers sa amin ng tilapia ice cream.
Kunin kami as supplier ng gatas ng kalabaw na isa sa sangkap ng tilapia ice cream.
Habang nagpipili kami o nagpo-produce kami na isinusupply sa dairies, kumikita po talaga kami. Kami po yung mga manggagawa na inuupahan lang tuwing sakahan, tuwing taniman, na ang naging pangunahing produkto po namin ay ang pagtatanim at pagpapatubo ng kabute.
Ang main business po namin ay Enrico's Dairy Products Trading. Ito po ay gumagawa ng mga gatas ng kalabaw, especially yung pure milk, at mga choco milk, mga liquid products, and mga solids na dairy products. Kami po ang may-ari, kasama ko po yung misis ko.
Actually, simula naging distributors po kami ng Verabella Tilapia Ice Cream, mas naging patok ang store namin dahil sa trend na tilapia ice cream.
Alam naman po natin na lahat ng aming mga produkto sa Milka Cream ay gawa sa gatas ng kalabaw. Meron po tayong milks, flavored yogurts, cheese products, pastillas de leche, cakes and pastries, and ice cream gelato. Napakalaking bagay o tulong ito sa amin. Hindi lang po sa kaalaman, kung hindi sa pangkabuhayan na makatutulong. Hindi lang po sa mga miyembro sa kasalukuyan, maging dun sa mga darating pa na henerasyon ng mga anak ng mga miyembro na mabibiyayaan din.
Nagkaroon kami ng permanent na buyer at unti-unti ay naipapagawa na po namin yung processing area namin kasi dati siyang kitchen type lang at ngayon meron na siyang sariling processing. Nakapundar na rin po kami ng sasakyan na pan-deliver at nagkaroon din po kami ng mga equipment na gamit namin sa aming pagpaprocess ng mga gatas ng kalabaw.
Sa pangalan pa lang nito, maraming customers, vloggers at sikat na sumusubok dito. Opportunity po ito para sa amin dahil magkakaroon po sila ng access upang subukan ang aming mga produkto at magkaroon ng dagdag kita. Kami po ay nagpapasalamat na kami ay napili ninyo bilang isa sa inyong mga partners upang ma-promote at makilala pa ang inyong mga produkto.
Sa aming partner na si Verabella Enterprise, nang dahil po sa kanila, mas marami po kaming natutulungang Carabao's farmers dahil dito at mas lumago pa po ang aming kita nang dahil sa kanila.
Naway magtuloy-tuloy pa ang marketing ng Dairy's Tilapia Ice Cream at lumawak pa nakasama kami.
Kami po ay lubos na nagpapasalamat sa CLSU dahil kami po ang napili na maging beneficiary ng upscale production and commercialization ng Dairy's Tilapia Ice Cream. Dahil sa patuloy na pagsusupply namin ng tilapia fillet sa Verabella, malaking bagay po may tutulong ito sa aming magiging member pa ng aming samahan o kooperatiba.
Nueva Ecija, as we partnered with Nueva Ecija Tourism in their Nueva Ecija Never-Ending Food. The project ends in July 2022. However, we always continue from there. After the project, we continued our journey with the opening of the first tilapia ice cream shop, the Dairy's Scoop and Bites, which made an impact in the community and is loved by customers of all ages. It became one of the tourist attraction. And for the moving forward, we want to build and offer franchise. So the farmers also will grow alongside with us through this franchise. So as we also want to expand our international partnership starting from Malaysia and with our present project of Tilapia Global Fits. So it has been market tested already in Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. And we are one of the top 56 finalists in the Malaysia's reality show, The Innovathon. And we want also to secure halal certification so we can penetrate the international market. So for our sustainability plans, we will continue with the partnership with our backyard and Carabao farmers and implement our strategic plans. I know there will be more challenges and rocky roads ahead of us, but we will continue with our story of tilapia ice cream, continue to make a difference in the ice cream industry, and of course, because we make ice cream even better, healthier, and unique than ever. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vera Cruz, for that presentation. Now the floor is open for any questions or comments regarding the presentation of Dr. Vera Cruz. Let's start with our Board of Judges.
Yes, I'm just curious to know about your partnership with the Malaysian group. Just a query, are they now the one making the ice cream in Malaysia or are they importing directly from you?
No, sir. We are still the one manufacturing the ice cream.
So they are
yes.
you are exporting to them?
Not yet really export, but we are already bringing the products there. As that's not, we don't have that. We're still working on our export papers. But for the international exhibits, everything, so we have this pro forma invoice and then an invitation letter. So far, we're doing good
So
in
you are
bringing.
into the
Yes.
penetration of the market.
Yes, yes.
So it's not really still in the, it's not yet in Malaysian market.
Not
you are
yet.
still going to the Malaysian market.
Yes, we're still
Yeah.
working on that. We are just doing
Yeah.
some market tests
Yeah,
in
so
the-
I think you need to qualify that. I mean, when you present it in other conferences or presentation like this, you need to qualify that, we are in the process of,
yes.
it's not yet in the Malaysian market.
Yeah,
It's
not
still
yet.
being introduced.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm just what do you call it? Apprehensive, because if they will get the technology, then they might be the one producing it, and bingo, you lose your market. So
Yeah.
those details you need to look into so that it will ensure that indeed you are really the one benefiting from it.
Yes, sir. That has been considered already po. That's why we had this joint venture agreement.
Yeah.
Yes. So
And then
we do
also-
the manufacturing there later.
Yeah. And also, I noticed these are all good news, no? But I noticed you look into profit and then you show the revenue, the output, but we didn't see the cost. In looking at profitability, you really have to see the revenue and the cost, no? Total revenue minus total cost, then you have the profit. So that's lacking, no? Maybe you have that in your slide, you just did not present. You want to show that to us?
Sir, it wasn't in this. It's not presented in this slide, but we already have the data.
It's profitable.
So it's profitable. Yeah, the NPV is greater than 0. We have IRR of 98% and BCR of 1.4. And then we have ROI of 106.4%. So it's really a profit making.
But you need to recheck because you might not be considering the cost of the government. Because the grant, all of these are costs. Even if
Yes.
it is given to you, these are costs.
Yes, sir.
So in the medium term or maybe the long term, you're going to look at whether society has recovered the investment of the 5 million grant. All those other grants need to be recovered through the benefits of the project.
Yes, sir. We will consider that. So far, sir, the government provided us already from different GFAs that almost 10.3 million
Yeah,
from the
so
different. Yeah.
Those are costs.
Yes, sir. Those are cost.
Yeah.
So our ROI here is actually 3 years and 11 months. So we will consider that also for the valuation.
That's the payback period.
That's the
3
payback
years.
period. Yes, sir.
So maybe you need to reanalyze, look back, and then maybe from your point of view only, then what's the profitability? From the point of view of society, where we consider the input of the government as cost, then we can see that indeed we are really generating benefit. Of course, everybody would want you to succeed.
Yes,
but we
sir.
just need to look into the holistic analysis so that indeed we say, yeah, we benefit.
Yeah.
And all of these are benefiting, all of these sectors are benefiting.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, my question is related dun sa kasi you use malnutrition as the reason why you are adding tilapia to ice cream. Nako. Do you have data that eating ice cream na improve ang nutrition ng mga bata?
That is one of our recommendation, but during for the implementation of this project alone, it wasn't considered yet. But we already have a upcoming project, not only here but even also in Malaysia. So far, based on we just based that because of the current problem or research gap or the problem, but we have our data already that the 3 grams of the protein content of that particular amount of ice cream that we have, 25% of that consists of the tilapia from the 3% protein. Thank you.
Because that is my next question.
Yes.
What is the contribution of tilapia in terms of protein content?
Yes, 25% of the 3%.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Thank you for that very good presentation. Actually, I observed that you're already expanding your operation, your market, and of course, you're increasing your production. In terms of the doing all of this expansion, was there a support coming from the various sources of funds for you to be able for you to do this expansion initiative?
Yes, sir. I'm so grateful to let you know that we are one of the Magic 7 of the DOST Startup Grant. So that paved way to a lot of opportunities. The first dairies delivery truck and the first tilapia ice cream shop was actually that paved the way because of the startup grant. Although we have in Verabella, we have a big contribution also for that project. And that's why we are grateful to be one of the grantee of the startup grant. And we continue to our research and development as well to make sure that we're able to maintain the quality of our product. So there's still a lot of support, even not only for the grant itself, but also for capacitating us as well as entrepreneur now. Before we're just researchers. After submitting the terminal report, here we are again, submitting our new proposal, but this time, pwede naman po palang tayo mismo ang mag-commercialize through spin-off company. So, yes sir, we receive a lot of support for that, particularly in the
that you focus your presentation for the completed project. I think that's why
Yes, sir.
You did not mention about the
Yes, sir.
the support. In fact, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon po. Thank you for the wonderful innovation presented earlier. I would just like to return to the objective of the research, which is to increase production and market distribution of the product. If we're going to increase its production because of our current expansion right now, this might need additional tilapia from other uses. Now my question is, and it can potentially cause distortion in the price that can potentially affect the availability of tilapia for other uses. Now, how do we ensure that tilapia for other uses will still be made available to the people even if we are expanding?
Yeah. Sir, thank you for that question. So first of all, sir, that's why the capacity building of our fish farmers started from tilapia grow out. Sir, this is another source of their income. Instead of, delivering their harvest to the market, that's the usual, they could be part of our supply chain because it will take them 6 months before they harvest for the tilapia that we are using in our production kasi we required weight po kami. So that at least 2 pieces per kilo or even 1 piece per kilo. So that's why mas marami siyang meat, and what we are using here is a cultured tilapia. So the water management, no antibiotics, so we want to ensure of that. That's why the capacity building started from the fish pond to tilapia processing to tilapia ice cream making. Thank you. So we are actually looking for more fish farmers out there who are willing to make some cultured tilapia. So for this product.
Apologies, but our 10-minute Q&A portion is already up, so we have to move with our next presenter. But once again, please give it up for Dr. Dana Veracruz.
And last but not the least, our third finalist under the development category from the Ilocos Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development Consortium, or NSAARRD, we have Ms. Reina May G. Bankirig to present her paper entitled Transforming Rice-Based Farms into Farm Enterprises, a Community-Based Development Project in Ilocos Norte.
Ms. Reina May G. Bankirig finished her master's degree in crop science in March 2021 at the Mariano Marcos State University. In December 2021, She was awarded the Best Dissertation during the first Regional Graduate Student Research Congress via virtual platform. As the study leader of their project to be presented shortly, she is responsible for the implementation, monitoring, data collection, and preparation of reports. Currently, she works as Science Research Specialist 1 with different designations within the Department of Agriculture, Regional Field Office 1, Ilocos Norte Research and Experimentation Center. Let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Reina May G. Bankirig.
Ilocos region is ranked number 4 in rice production, number 3 in mung bean production, and number 5 in white corn production. Dingras, Ilocos Norte is the rice granary of the province, while Paway, Ilocos Norte is where the chicha corn industry is located. However, farming gaps assessed through participatory rural appraisal was low income due to high production costs and unstable market price, compounded with low yield and lack of technical know-how for improved technologies. To address this problem, the DARFU1, Province of Ilocos Norte, LGU Dingras, and LGU Paway developed rice mung bean, and rice white corn production system as a sustainable community and enterprise. Specifically, it enhanced production management system by 10%, enhanced level of knowledge by 20%, improved technology adoption by 80%, and developed one sustainable support mechanism. This figure shows the results framework and impact pathway of the project, wherein it contains various activities to serve as guidelines in implementing this project toward its goal, sustainable rice-based community enterprise. To achieve such goals, along value chain analysis, improved seed production and management system, complemented with capability building activities, and the adoption of good agricultural practices using high-yielding varieties and balanced fertilization and pesticide strategies, and to prolong or maintain the viability of the produced seeds, storage technologies were introduced, such as the use of plastic lining and cold storage. And since this project is into zero waste management, naturuan din silang mag-mushroom production, processing, vermicomposting, and mung bean processing. And to increase the income of those farmers in the associations through AMAD, market promotion and linkage, through clustering and consolidation, including their enterprise development. And to ensure the safetyness of the products, bago nila bilhin, ay dumaan po ang ating mga produkto sa rapid bioassay pesticide residue analysis. As a result, in following the improved production technologies in rice mung bean farming system, there is increase of 21% or from 3.53 tons per hectare to 4.20 tons per hectare. And for the second crop of rice, there is 3.09 tons per hectare, or a total of 42% increase. And for mung bean production, using the appropriate seeding rate and balanced fertilization and pesticide strategy, there was 4% or 0.885 tons per hectare, or 101% increase. On the other hand, for rice white corn, there is an increase of 12% or 3.91 tons per hectare to 4.32 tons per hectare. And using the improved technologies in controlling fall armyworms, there is 5% increase from 3.04 to 3.18 tons per hectare of white corn yield. Economically, the rice mung bean farming system, the production costs, there was an increase of production costs for the comparative farms with 167,432.33 36 pesos due to excessive use of pesticides and fertilizers. And for the net income, our model farms has an increase of 104% or a total of 56,677.37 pesos. And for the white corn, makikita po natin dito na kahit mababa po or mataas po yung production cost ay nagkaroon pa rin po ng income yung ating mga farmer ng a total of 7,296.40 pesos. We trained 227 farmers with a 51% level of knowledge gain for mung bean, rice production, seed production, and certification at nagkaroon po tayo ng 10 legumes accredited seed growers. And yun lang po ang and for the technology adoption from the original 35 farmers, dahil naipakita nila na maganda po yung mga inadapt nilang technology, ay nagkaroon po tayo ng increase into 78 adapters. And the technology adoption rate ay from rice ay 92 to 100%, and for mung bean and white corn ay 0 to 100%. And with that, yung ating original area na 45.66 hectares ay naging 152.33 hectares. And noong una ay kanya-kanya po yung ating mga farmers, since this project improved the social capital, ay nagkaroon po ng groups and networking linkage, and mas naging matibay po yung bayanihan system ng ating mga farmers within the association. And dahil po dyan, ang kanilang naging seed capital na 288,736 pesos ay nag-increase into 677,607.30 pesos. In combining all of those improved technologies, the building capability activities, ay nagkaroon po tayo ng from the ordinary farming system, ay nagkaroon po ng farm enterprise yung ating mga farmers. At ang kanilang pinakamalaking enterprise ay yung ating seed farm enterprise. Through consolidation and clustering, nag-market po tayo ng kanilang mga seeds at through Nutridense Manufacturing Inc. And yung mga raw materials po na yun ay ginawang mga tinapay at yung DepEd at DSWD naman po ang nag-distribute sa ating mga malnourished students. And through our accredited seed growers ay nakapag-produce po sila ng mga high-quality seeds. And a total income of 2,617,901.18 pesos. And since our project is into zero waste management, ay nagkaroon din po sila ng farm enterprise na oyster mushroom production. And during the pandemic, para magkaroon po ng available na pagkakitaan at food yung ating mga farmers, ay nagbigay po tayo ng poultry and vegetable production along with trainings, at naging agripreneur po sila at veggiepreneur. And dahil maganda po yung ipinakitang maganda po yung naging resulta ng ating project at naging matibay po yung ating asosasyon, nagkaroon sila ng good standing. Through PhilMec ay nagbigay po sila ng isang combine harvester at tractor, at ngayon ay ginagawa nilang custom service facility at pinaparentan ng mas mura sa mga kapwa nila farmers within the community and outside the community. And since this project ay nagkaroon po tayo ng sustainable support mechanism na 6, from provision of seeds, provision of VC and clustered production, our research for development services, various market assistance to AMAD, the rapid bioassay, pesticide residue, and soil analysis, ay nagkaroon po tayo ng immediate outcome na increase inclusive stakeholders participation. Marami po tayong mga benefits na other LGUs, national government agencies, non-government organizations, and other FCAs. And with that, the political support ay mas tumibay at nagkaroon po tayo ng availability of appropriate technologies. We also drafted 3 policies, use of RBPI analysis, balanced fertilization and pesticide use strategy, and consolidated production marketing. Though draft pa lang po yung mga nagawa, pero yung ating balanced fertilization and pesticide use strategy ay ginagawa na po ng LGU at sa ating community. And we also empowered rice-based communities. Yung mga gumamit po ng teknolohiya ay pinovidean na po ng ating LGU. And with that, from 2 to 10 FCAs, ito po yung mga na-beneficiaran. 4 national government agencies, from 2 LGU ay naging 8, 3 non-government organizations, and 3 institutional buyers. This table shows the resources shared by our stakeholders from physical, human, financial, and technical services. And pinaka-common po na binigay ng mga resources ay yung ating technical services. And it implicates that kapag pagsama-samahin ang 4 na factor na ito, the improved production technologies, integration of production and marketing services, the social networking and linkage, complemented with building capacities of farmers, and we put into action within the community, ay magiging sustainable po yung ating community-based farm enterprise. At in conclusion, the project is sustainable since the integration of production to marketing services resulted to doable, adaptable, and cost-reducing technologies, management of agriculture waste for mushroom production and vermicomposting, and the involvement of stakeholders supporting the project. With that, we recommend to upscale and outscale the project, and actually po ay meron na po tayong ginawang proposal na public to private partnership, continue to strengthen research centers using production of high quality seeds, with policy recommendations, continuous support for production support services to FCAs, and to develop more products and services to improve the FCA's enterprise. And atin pong panoorin yung naganap for 3 years sa aming proyekto.
Isa ako sa mga 25 na cooperator ng SIPAR. Noong 2018 po, pinuntahan ako ni Mr. Ariel Agresor saka si Ma'am Ivy De Los Reyes ng INREC Dingras para alamin kung ano ang produkto namin dito sa bukid. At sa buwan na yon, kasalukuyan kami nagtatanim ng munggo from first week of February, then mahaharvest po yun ng huling linggo po ng April. After that, hindi namin inaasahan na babalik pala sila.
Nang rugit ni SIPAR, idi 2018, may dalang nag-survey. Pagkatapos, 2019, naiyamamo nga namin pinsan ti dito SIPAR, may panggapit ti panagmulmula iti balatong. Nakundak nga ro iti training, seminars, may panggap ti POT, ti Mongbin. Pagkatapos, 2019, napagnunumuan nga iti 2020, nang rugiti SIPAR iti early February.
Rice, then munggo po. 2 beses po kami magtanim ng palay, then munggo po yung pangatlo. Naturoan kami kung paano ang pagtatanim namin yung munggo. Kasi noon, basta na lang magtanim kami kung ilang sako ang gagamitin naming abono na pag-aralan namin na 20 to 25 kilos seeds per hectare. Halos hindi kami naniniwala yung karami yung abono na gagamitin sa isang hektarya lamang. Pero nung nasubukan namin, yung 100 kilos bawat hektarya, okay naman pala. Yung outcome naman, halos pumantay naman yung ginagamitan namin ng mas maraming abono. Ang naitulong sa amin ng SIPAR tungkol sa pagtatanim ng munggo nga, bumaba yung gastos namin sa abono. Yung capital namin sa abono, bumaba dahil nga ang ginagamit namin dati sa isang hektarya, gumagamit kami ng 5 sako, bali nag-reduce kami ng 3 sako. Imbes na ibili namin ng abono, ibili namin sa iba para sa pamilya po.
Nung wala pa itong SIPAR sa amin, wala talaga itong asosasyon namin, walang kapera-pera. Nagkapera itong asosasyon namin dahil lang sa SIPAR, sa pagtatanim ng munggo.
Dakkel tinatipid mo iti dati yung mighty sipar kada kami madoma ti production may iti balatong ta idi awan pa iti dati makunkunang sipar te kunakon mayat mo ta farmers practice amin idi dayjay dakkel tinatipid may kan dayjay safety nest launay ang agapot adot produksyon adot may lako adot mangan ngem kasapulan launay tay safety nest mo dete produkto.
Tinang dadunga pa yung imulmula minukwa, digiti pang sidanukwan nateng, balance lang tamot ma'am. Hanga basta-basta, agpasuyot ka pa hindi Kasi nga min, nagpasuyot ka ti insecticide, dakkel nga kwa iti bagi tayo. Iso nga dijay programa iti sipar, nung mabaling ko magkatantay iti panag-spray iti insecticide nang nangruna digiti red, kunana, red label.
Iso nga na awis dak nga nangadap ka dito programa nga kwadatan nakita jay napintas nga nagbalinan nagijay naisuro kanya da nga kwa iso nga inyadap ko magkanya kasala ko maiti dati pa nag-apply dati abono ke dati apo ke 5 sako lat ipam iti may 1 hektarya ke dita imbam iti 2 nga sako lang ket parehas mo lang.
Kung sa personal na aspect, lalong-lalo sa aming mga bukirin, pagkatapos kasi nung munggo ma'am, pag magtatanim ka na ng palay, mas maganda yung tatanim ng munggo kaysa hindi nataniman ng munggo ma'am. Talagang lumaki ang porsyento na dumami yung ani namin.
Itata, ti proyekto ti SIPAR, nga rice mung bin, nagyamang kami, nakakuha kami iti paglakwan nang nangruna ti mong bin apo na iso iti dakkel nga nakakitaan mi iti income mi tangamin insuro na iti teknolohiya amin apo insuro na kata kami iso nga napintas ado tinitulong na kada kami dati nga programa iti gobyerno
gambay panggapmat ti panagbiag ado kung nakata ado na itulong da kastamot nga dagiti teknolohiya nga naitid kada kami dakkel nga talaga ti naitulong nata dagiti panagmulmulat ni nateng dati kanya-kanya no ana at ko isolaeng ti pagkuami ket nakaitid dati dagiti livestock nga ko nakita nga rod kadagiti nagdudo mga seminars nga inyet et nagdakada kami at no daddo mamet motivation nabalbaliwan tay daddo mga ugali kastamot dagiti mo na-motivate mo dagiti pan nakikadwa numero 1 at iso ti gamang met ti asosyasyon dayta no iti kay kadwa tapno agbiag iti dayta nga asosasyon.
partnership. I am Rina May Galano Bangkirig from the ARF01. You can contact me on my number 0918-6524-350 or just Gmail mo po. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bangkirig. Judges, do you have any question for our presenter?
I would like to know how is the project now? It's done. So how is it now? Any contact with them? Follow-up activities? Follow-up projects?
Yes po, sir. Nagka-continue naman po and through LGU, sila po yung kasama din namin ngayon na nagmo-monitor, and meron po kaming mga group chats, and malapit lang po kasi kami doon, kaya continuous po na nakikita po namin sila at nakakasama po.
Kasi yung isang popular opinion or maybe observation sa maraming mga project or activity ng karamihan sa ating kababayan, yung sinasabi lang ni Ngaskugon, ano? So hindi natin alam kung talagang ganun ay nangyayari pa, no? Are projects continuing? Are they also ni Ngaskugon? Of course, we don't like that to happen. So we hope, and I think almost everybody would like to overcome that para tuloy-tuloy ang benefits ng mga tao, no? Yung welfare may improve. Just would like to know, sana merong follow-up project dito ang specific agency. I'm not sure if PCAARRD can still have a follow-up program to sustain. Kasi nga, 3 years is such a short, You can say na may mga impact, but in the medium term or long run, unless we can really have the close monitoring and looking into indicators, and we can really observe that indeed that habit, that attitude has been ingrained among the people, then we still cannot really conclude. So, yun ang challenge siguro, maybe on your part or your people, and even for PCAARRD and other agencies, to sustain the initiatives or the achievement that has been gained. Just my comment, no? Maybe you can also respond about your thoughts or plans.
Gaya po ng sinabi ko kanina, sir, meron na po tayong ipasang private to public partnership, and after 2 years po din po ay magkakandak kami ng survey para makikita po kung sustainable pa po sila at ginagawa nila. And through AMAD po ay lagi po silang naka-tie up sa aming sa community para po tuloy-tuloy yung ating clustering and consolidation, since meron po tayong project ngayon na F2C2 po.
Okay. Napansin ko lang sa dami ng rice na na-produce nyo, saan nyo nilalagay yung rice hull?
Ginagamit din po nila ngayon, ma'am. Actually, sa aming lugar ay yung rice hull ay malaking bagay po at nabebenta nila ng 11 pesos per sacks po para sa mga media po ng pagtamnan ng mga gulay, mga prutas, ganun po, ma'am.
Actually, it can also help improve your production of rice and even other crops. It is internationally used. The carbonized rice hull, or what we call the biochar, no? So it can increase also the income of the rice farmers, aside from improving the soil condition. So in a way, it can increase production. So siguro sa next mga projects, you try to incorporate that. And then compare those added with carbonized rice hull and yung bala. And you will see the effect.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon po. Aside from the interventions po ng project, meron pa po bang projects na ginawa ang ibang agencies that were implemented side by side with yours?
Yes po, sir. For now po, yung sa BSWM, magpapatayo po sila ng vermicomposting facilities po. And yung nga po yung kanina, yung sa PhilMec, nag-provide sila ng mga makinarya po para gagamitin sa community po.
Part po ba siya ng original project design or pumasok na lang sila while the project is ongoing?
Pumasok sila po while the project is ongoing.
Natanong ko po kasi siya because we want to determine the impact of our intervention. How then are we going to isolate the contribution of other agencies to the economic or social welfare of the farmers? How do we ensure or ma-measure yung impact that can be totally attributed because of our original project design?
Actually na po yung ating mga farm enterprise na present kanina ay may kanya-kanyang record po sila. And makikita po natin dito kung ano po yung binagay ng ang ating yung, original na projects in comparison to sa mga ipinasok na ibang proyekto po. Makikita po natin doon, sir. Kasi naturuan po silang mag-farm record keeping po. Thank you.
Thank you po. Congratulations for the project. Marami pong, I think, natulungan po yung proyekto. Pero meron lang akong konti lang po na clarification. Kasi nag-mention po kayo ng 51% ng level of knowledge kung paano po to na measure itong 51%. So yun lang po, konting clarification.
Okay,
Thank you
sige
po.
po, sir. So we conducted a pre-test and post-test exam po. Then then for the application side naman po, skills ay minomonitor po namin sila bawat isa yung mga ating farmers kung ginawa ba talaga nila yon or hindi po. Adapt po nila yon, sir.
Hello. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Actually, my question is related to the impact. No? I was just wondering if you have the figure for the total farm value of the farm enterprises that they are engaged on before these interventions were introduced.
Before po kasi ay wala po silang nasasabing farm enterprise. Pero through this project po, we transformed them into farm enterprises. So, yung data po ay yung mga benchmark lang on yung kanilang mga production cost before individually po, sir. The average individually income and production cost po nila before.
Pero ngayon as an association sila.
Yes, sir. As an association.
So how many
sila.
farmers o ang members of the association?
About mga 150 ganun po, sir, yung sa
lahat
community.
ito nagpa-participate in this
Yes,
initiative.
yes po, sir.
Kasi you have presented something like the value of the 3 million, 3.3 million, no?
Yes, sir.
The total
total
farm
net income.
enterprises value. So from the 4 interventions that you indicated. So perhaps pwede mo ding indicate kung ano yung value kahit na mga individual farmer siya before, kung magkano yung kanyang value ng lahat ng mga farmers ko mo siya ito total, so that you would know kung ano talaga yung how much increase do sa value of the farm activities that they're doing before, and then ngayon with the interventions with the 3.4 million. Kasi malaki na yan eh. Hindi naman natin pwede sabihin na zero before, no? Because they're doing farm activities even without without the interventions that you introduced to them. So in terms of kasi you have 150, ito ba yung initial number of farmers that are involved?
Hindi po, sir. Initial po ay 35 farmers po.
So, yung mga ganang impact, because they are really, kumbaga yung interventions na nandyan. So, interested sila and they adopted these interventions, lumaki. And even siguro after after this initiative, pwede pa rin siyang lumaki. And you can sustain all these interventions to other farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Clarification, panahap lang. May naalala ko because yung inyong machinery is coming from Pilmec, a part of the So, for rice lang yon, for rice, no?
Yes,
RCEP to,
sir.
no?
Yes,
For RCEP, no? So, paano nila ginagawa yung kasi they're using this for tolling,
For the tractor po ay for land preparation, sir.
I mean, paano sila kumikita dito?
Nagpaparent po sila, sir. For example, for the combined harvester po ay 1 hectare po, if naka-harvest po sila ng 100 bags ay sa kanila po, sa association po mismo yung 10 bags. Ganun po.
So, parang custom service
Opo,
facility
sir.
siya.
Opo, sir.
Thank you.
Are there more questions from our judges?
Can you ask question to Picard? I'm just curious if you have some plans to replicate this kind of programs or projects in other regions. Kasi this seems to be pilot. Parang may may epekto at may benefits. So why don't we do that in all the other regions, di po ba? And then ito yung mga resource person natin, di ba? Ano yung mga nagawa nila, matututo sa kanila. Sige
Thank
po,
you
sir.
very much. Ako yata taga-Picard dito. Well, anyway, thank you for that question, sir. Actually, this is one of the key programs of SIPAR is a long time ago. SIPAR na yan, under DA. So ito talaga ang kanilang programa na sinustain nila na matagal, pero by project pa rin siya. So hindi na kami makikishare sa DA, kanila na lang. So anyway, they're doing very good on this initiative. So I think kung R&D pa ito, we can complement the initiative on this. Pero ito yung more on sa action research, kumbaga. Pero extension, more on extension na. Yeah. Thank you.
I was actually suggesting na makikonnect na kayo sa sa mga other extension agencies kasi nasa from development to extension yung sustainability. So one of these is yung mga extension modalities from the Agricultural Training Institute at saka yung yung Farm Business School. Kasi baka try to explore that kind of modality.
Hello, sir. Actually, sir, we tied up with the ATI for the training for Climate Farm Business School na po. So, marami na pong options yun. Marami na po silang gustong gawin. Individually din po, sir.
Thank you very much po, Ms. Bangkirig. Before proceeding with our program, we would like to request everyone to please complete their CSF forms included in their program kits so that we could provide you with your certificates of appearance. Thank you very much.
And that is our last paper for the development category. At this juncture, I would like to invite our Deputy Executive Directors, Dr. Batalon and Dr. Carlos, to join us here on stage for the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to our presenters. So for our presenters, kindly come up on stage as I call your name to receive your certificates. But first, let me read the citation for the Certificate of Appreciation for our presenters. The Department of Science and Technology, or DOST, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, PCAARRD, presents the Certificate of Appreciation to presenters, finalists of the 2023 DOST PCAARRD Best Research or Development Paper Award for having presented the paper titled during the 2023 National Symposium on Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, or NSAARRD, given this 30th day of October 2023 at DOST PCAARRD Innovation and Technology Center, Los Baños, Laguna. Signed, Dr. Rinaldo V. Iborra, PCAARRD Executive Director. First up are the presenters under the research category. May I call on stage? First, our Deputy Executive Directors, Dr. Batalon and Dr. Carlos. Please come on stage, Dr. Edward A. Barlaan, Dr. Fulgent P. Coritico, and Engineer Arlene C. Joaquin. Once again, please give a round of applause for our finalists for the research category. For Dr. Batalon and Dr. Carlos, please stay on stage. Well, the same certificate is hereby awarded to the finalists under the development category. So for our finalists for the development category, please join us here on stage. Dr. Judith D. Intong, Dr. Dana G. Veracruz, and Ms. Rena May G. Bankirig. Once again, please give a round of applause for our finalists for the development category.
Next up is the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to our Board of Judges. Let me read the citation. The Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, PCAARRD, presents the Certificate of Appreciation to for having served as chair or member of the External Review Committee and Board of Judges for the CY 2023 DOST PCAARRD Best Research and Development Paper Awards, given this 13th day of October 2023 during the National Symposium on Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development, NSAARRD, at DOST PCAARRD Innovation and Technology Center, Los Baños, Laguna. Signed, Dr. Reynaldo V. Ebora, PCAARRD Executive Director. Let me call on stage our 6th Board of Judges, Dr. Rodelio Absubade, Dr. Villaluz Z. Acedo, Dr. Andrew D. Gasmin, Dr. Adrian P. Ibanez, Mr. Erwin E. Torres, Dr. Juanito T. Batalon. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a big applause to our Board of Judges who have committed their time and effort in making this all happen.
Thank you, sir. Ay, hindi po. Sige po, I'd like to thank our presenters once again for sharing their research with us. Again, let's give them a big round of applause. For now, our apologies to our presenters and viewers for giving you a little anticipation as we will be keeping the results of today's symposium. The results will thereafter be announced at the S&T awarding ceremony coinciding with DOST PCAARRD anniversary celebration in November. Updates and further details will be posted on our social media platform. We hope to see you all there.
Before we officially end the symposium, may we have our DOST PCAARRD's Deputy Executive Director for Administration, Resource Management, and Support Services, Dr. Melvin B. Carlos, for the closing remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So as we draw the curtains today, I feel so privileged to be in the presence of some of the greatest scientific minds in the country today. After all, NSAARRD is both a testament and celebration of excellence, resilience, and commitment to the achievement of the agriculture, aquatic, and natural resources sector. So I'd like to recognize all those who have been part of this momentous occasion. First, to our outstanding finalists, who are already sure winners, short of ranking, for personally sharing with us their groundbreaking initiatives. You've proven through your undying passion that our country can indeed push the boundaries of research, development, and innovation to improve the lives of our stakeholders in the ANR sector. Second, I'd like to convey our heartfelt gratitude to the Board of Judges led by Dr. Rodelio Subade and its distinguished members, Dr. Villaluz Acedo, Dr. Andrew Gasmen, Dr. Adrian Ibanez, Mr. Erwin Torres, and Dr. Johnny Batalon. We greatly appreciate the keen eye of our Board of Judges for spotting impressive talents in our R&D initiatives. While your difficult job is almost but not yet done, we wish to thank you for enriching this event with your expertise and discerning evaluation to ensure that only the best of the best have been selected for this prestigious award. Next to our RRDCC chairpersons, I can see at least two of them, consortium directors, two and one former, and of course, attendees from various regional consortia, CMIs, both here and online. Thank you for your unwavering support and partnership to sustainably develop and enrich our ANR sector. Lastly, to my colleagues at PCAARRD, especially from the OEDRD, MISD, ACD, FAD, GSS, and our MCs, Engineer Captain Faith Bilarma and Ms. Ren Antoinette Leovido. I wish to acknowledge and commend all of you for helping to ensure the success of this important event. On that note, I'm formally closing our program, but as mentioned earlier, I look forward to seeing everyone again and congratulating the winners at the PCAARRD S&T awarding ceremony and 51st anniversary celebration of PCAARRD next month. Actually, this is November 10. So again, thank you everyone, safe travels, and I wish you all a great weekend ahead.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carlos. And there we have it, everyone. We would like to once again thank our Board of Judges and our finalists for sharing their expertise and experiences with us.
We would also like to thank our audience here at DPITC and to our live viewers for joining us today for this informative and engaging event. I hope you have learned a lot and gained some valuable insights from our presenters. Again, kindly accomplish the customer satisfaction feedback or CSF that is currently flashed on your screens and also pinned in the comment section of this live streaming platform in order for you to get an e-certificate.
Let us once more offer a warm round of applause to our top 6 finalists who made it this far. You have made us all proud, and we would also like to express our deepest appreciation to our researchers who have submitted their entries in this awards year. Your dedications and commitments are really commendable. There is NSAARRD because of what you're doing is outstanding research works.
Once again, I'm Kathleen Faith J. Villarma.
And I am Ren Antoinette Leovido, and it has been an honor hosting you in this momentous event.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the National Symposium on Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources, Research and Development, NSAARRD 2023. Thank you very much for joining us. Stay safe and may God bless us all.